Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the president of Jackson State University, Thomas Hudson.
Thank State University. I am Thomas Hudson, and I'm honored to serve as the 12th president of this great university, Jackson State University, where we pride ourselves on challenging minds and changing lives. But today, those words carry special meaning because we know what can also be challenging and just as equally life-changing is economic mobility. Hence, this Banking on Financial Inclusion Forum is a necessary conversation, and I'm thankful to Hope Enterprises and my good friend Bill Bynum, who saw fit to host this very important forum right here at JSU. Now, we know historically Black families have had a fraction of the wealth of their counterparts, creating a wealth gap for various reasons, the most glaring being the labor market and housing discrimination. And it is critical that financial institutions help support businesses' home ownership and things like infrastructure, which we have firsthand experience as to what happened when it is not sustained. It takes continued commitment and intentional action, like the work being done by Hope, to level the playing field. As one of the largest HBCUs in the country, it is vital that we, JSU, continue moving the needle on how to better serve the financial needs of our community. Our nation's HBCUs generate $15 billion in economic impact annually, and we are poised to accelerate Black economic mobility even further. A recent report revealed that significant economic and human value can be gained when Black Americans playing critical economic roles as workers, entrepreneurs, consumers, savers, and investors are fully engaged in the economy. Our HBCUs are incubators of that talent, and one of our jobs is to produce quality to help diversify workforces, which can mean greater innovation and creativity. And that is why it is today, at this hour, this event, and others like it, it is highly paramount to the advancement of our society. Most importantly, it provides an opportunity to enhance student success right here at JSU, and I'm glad that our institution can be that conduit of change. And speaking of conduits of change, it is also my honor to bring up a person who is doing just that, leading our great city during times of unprecedented challenges brought on by historical neglect, and doing so with the level of grace, focus, determination that we rarely see in our leaders today. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome my friend, the Honorable Mayor Chokwe Antar Lumumba.
Good morning. Try one more time. Good morning. It is truly always an honor to be here at Jackson State University. Please give Jackson State a round of applause. We're grateful to have institutional assets such as Jackson State University, and I'm grateful for the leadership of my friend, President, man, I forgot your name. I'm having a problem right now. Hudson, I don't know what's going on with me this morning. If you've been at the State House dealing with what I've been dealing with, then you might be in a similar issue. But President Hudson truly is a good friend, even though I couldn't remember his name at this moment. I also like to thank my friend Bill Bynum, who we brag about here at Jackson, Mississippi, as I deal with a lot of my mayoral colleagues around the country, and they talk about the work that Hope has been helping them with. Whether I think about Mayor Woodfin in Birmingham, Alabama, or several of my colleagues across this country. We're truly grateful for what Hope Community Credit Union is doing. I also boast that I was one of the first members of Hope Community Credit Union when it got its humble start at Anderson United Methodist Church. I deposited approximately $35 that I could not wait to get out as a little boy. But you know, I was grateful to say that I was a part of that start. As we talk about financial inclusion, it's more than just giving access to the financial opportunities to people who have had doors closed to them. What we talk about in the city of Jackson is an economic vision which stretches beyond just looking at GDP or the stock market as indicators of success, but instead turning the page to look at sustainable development goals, What is the quality of education within our city and in our communities? What is the access of things like fresh fruits and vegetables, and whether people live in food deserts and food swamps? Lastly, one that has certainly been a hot topic for the city of Jackson, what is the quality of our infrastructure? And so our metrics of success should be less about the new buildings that we build, less about the stock market, and more about those sustainable development goals that dictate the quality of life that people so justly deserve. And so when you have gatherings like this about financial inclusion, what we're turning to is an effort towards a dignity economy, an economy which reflects the inherent dignity that every person should truly enjoy. And so I'm grateful to have you here. I look forward to the thought-provoking discussions that I'm certain will take place as we look at creating a new economy for us all. Lastly, I bring greetings on behalf of the city of Jackson. I hope that you enjoy, for those of you that are visiting, not only our wonderful restaurants, if you get a time to break away, maybe some of our museums. There's a lot to offer. We believe that Jackson is so amazing that you might want to grow roots and stay. But even if you don't, please just leave your money. All right? Thank you very much.
Good morning. Man, if you all knew the work that went into this effort and could look at this room the way I look at it and see the beautiful faces, particularly the young people, you would just be overwhelmed with pride and appreciation and gratitude. So I want to start by thanking all of those people who work to pull this event together. My colleagues at the Federal Reserve System, my co-workers at HOPE, the folks who, as we know from the past several years, work invisibly and so underappreciated behind the scenes to make sure that the tables are set up, the food's in place, that we are cared for. Those essential workers who are disproportionately on the outside of the economy looking in. We're here today to help level the playing field for them. But one of the most beautiful things that I see as I look across this room are the students from HBCUs, over 10 HBCUs, more than 60 students across the Deep South who are our future. And so I want to thank you and the leaders who brought them here today. President Hudson and Mayor Lumumba, thank you. I've had the privilege to work with both of you over the past few years, and I've been struck that despite having woefully under-resourced organizations that you lead compared to other institutions of higher education in other cities, how often it seems that you're expected to spin straw out of gold. And sometimes you actually do it. As President Hudson, as you suggested, pound for pound, is my contention that there's no institution that contributes more toward helping people realize their potential than historically black colleges and universities. Not only are you anchors in neighborhoods that are disproportionately underinvested surrounding your campuses, but HBCUs account for a quarter of the black students that receive STEM degrees. You know, you're leading us into the future, and so thank you for all that you do. Mayor Lumumba, on several occasions, you and your administration are partnered with HOPE to extend a lifeline to help struggling families and businesses navigate the challenges of the past several years. Thank you for this and for getting up every day to fight for the citizens of our capital city. And I want to thank all of you for being here today. I look around the room and I see people I've worked with over the nearly 30 years that I've been here in Jackson, and new friends that I've been working with more recently. And it is an honor and a privilege to have you here, and I want to thank you for joining us. Thanks to those online who are here virtually. A little over 3 years ago, we were planning to host an economic mobility forum at Jackson State in partnership with the Business Roundtable, who had recently asserted that the purpose of a corporation is an economy that works for everyone. And we wanted to talk about what that means in places like Jackson and the Delta and the Black Belt and communities across the Deep South. And then suddenly that forum and so many plans were turned upside down because of the pandemic, the ensuing economic crisis, and the murder of George Floyd. But while that forum was shelved, the need to focus on an economy that worked for everyone was more evident than ever, as the disparate nature of the response became starkly clear. Out of the gate, the first round of the Paycheck Protection Program failed miserably, leaving businesses owned by Blacks, Latinos, Native Americans closing at twice the rate of their white-owned peers. And while home values and saving rates grew astronomically for so many, a disproportionate number of people of color, women, and people living in rural and high-poverty communities struggled to make ends meet. These uncomfortable and unacceptable facts, unfortunately, have not significantly changed. For some, financial inclusion is a birthright. For others, it's a cruel, unattainable, and foreign concept. For everyone, it's a necessity for a decent quality of life. What is possible without financial tools? Certainly not owning a home or owning a business. Go to a community without a financial institution and look at the quality of the school buildings, the hospital, if there is one. How much of the rental housing is absentee-owned and substandard? Is there a store nearby that sells fresh produce? How many payday lenders and check cashing outlets do you see preying on those who are most vulnerable? Do you see green space, gardens, walking trails, and a nice recreational facility? No, it's pretty simple when you think about it. Financial inclusion stabilizes communities and increases economic mobility. Financial inclusion reduces blight, crime, and helps us all climb the economic ladder. Fortunately, crisis can create opportunity. Today, policymakers, corporations, banks, and others are talking more about diversity, inclusion, environmental sustainability than any other time over my nearly 40 years in this work. Congress has made hundreds of billions of public funding available to invest in strengthening America's economy and infrastructure. This is a rare moment in time. But we will not realize the potential of this moment if we don't act with intention to ensure that people in places who have disproportionately been on the wrong side of the economy benefit from these extraordinary resources. And that's why we're here today, to seize this moment by developing strategies, making a commitment to bank on financial inclusion. As a nation becomes increasingly diverse, ensuring that everyone, regardless of where they're born, who their parents were, where they live, have the tools to support their families and contribute to the economies. That is in everyone's self-interest. If we fail to create mobility pathways for the emerging majority of Americans, then the economic potential of our entire nation will not be realized. My friends, banking on financial inclusion isn't just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. So let's dig in. Governor Barr, I want to thank you for spending time with us this week. We look forward to your remarks following today's conversations. We have an all-star group of experts to help us chart the path forward. We have an all-star room to help us get it as right as possible. So I encourage you to ask questions. There should be index cards. During the day, we will be capturing your questions and trying to address as many of them as possible. We'll begin by hearing from 4 presenters who will share framing remarks to help anchor today's remarks. I encourage you to go on our website and find their bios. I could stay in here all day extolling their incredible experience and contributions to this country, but I will allow us to spend more time hearing from them. So we'll hear from Bill Rogers from the Institute of Economic Equity at the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. He'll be followed by Dr. Corey Wiggins, the Federal Co-Chairman of the Delta Regional Authority. If he wants to tell you a little bit about his other parts of his background, he's free to do that. He will say he's an alumni of Hope, and we're proud to have him. Patrice Alexander Ficklin, the Director of Fair Lending of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and then Dr. John Freeman of Opportunity Insights will round out the group. Again, I encourage you to read their bios, and following the last presentation, my colleague Ed Sivak, the Chief Policy Officer at Hope, will moderate questions and answers from the audience. Thank you. Dr. Rogers.
Good morning. Really? Let's try that one more time. Good morning. There we go. There we go. It is such an honor to be here with you today. As I was talking with my colleague Daniel Davis, my family started out in the Delta. And my father, on his father's side, grandfather was born in 1901. Moved the family to Memphis and raised 7, 8 children, the youngest being my father, who I'm named through for my grandfather. So for me, coming to the bank, particularly coming to the 8th District, is really about coming home. So I really am appreciative of having the opportunity to be with you this morning. Yeah. What I want to do in my real short time is just introduce you to some work that the Institute has been doing, where we're very focused on what we call DAN, and it's not because Daniel Davis, our director, but it's DAN, and DAN stands for Data Analysis and Narrative. And what I'm going to talk about is the narrative part of the work that I've been doing to really help lay the ground, or help you when you go back to talk with folks in your community, your family, your colleagues, and say, why are we doing this work? Why is financial inclusion so important? Well, I'm going to share with you basically a variety of cases for economic equity. And I'm only going to, where did that go? How do I get that back? Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. One more, let's go. All right, well, we believe. Okay, good. Sorry about that. All right, so the 4 I'm going to really introduce you to, and it's going to be a whirlwind of a little tour here, and that basically is there are 4 cases that we've developed. One is a historical case. Many of you are old enough to remember, raise your hands if you remember the Fram oil filter commercial from the 1970s, right? What was the tagline in there? For those who remember it, you're giving up your age here a little bit, I understand, but it was, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. You can pay me now or pay me later. And that what we're really getting at is about a deferred maintenance conversation that many of us had in our communities, that we haven't continued to invest in our roads and bridges. But more importantly now, it's investing in mental health and investing in other social priorities that we need in our community. How many of you have heard of ALICE? ALICE stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained and Employed. I'm Alice's brother. Before coming to the bank, I was on the boards of United Way of Northern New Jersey and United Way Worldwide, and I helped to create this ALICE concept, where ALICE stands for Asset, as I said, Limited Income Constrained and Employed, and it's basically the share of households in your community that don't have enough resources to meet a survival budget. We'll also then talk about a historical case that if you review an amazing piece that Dr. King wrote in 1966 for The Nation magazine, where he profiled and talked about how it's harder to create good quality jobs. It's harder to create good quality jobs than voter rolls. And I'll share with you our thoughts on why this historical experience that Dr. King wrote is an important case for equity. And then finally, I'll finish with a business case for economic equity. And that is basically, we were doing an analysis showing that if we were to equate or pursue equity in terms of household incomes, that would add, depending upon the size of the community, can add several $1 billion of additional disposable income to that community, where that could be around 10 to 15% of a community's gross domestic product. What ties all these together? Financial inclusion, right? Alice can't be successful unless she has access, right, to the relevant assets and opportunities, right? The businesses can't thrive without having access to financial resources. Okay, quickly, so here's what Dr. King wrote back in the mid-1960s. And what he did was he identified basically 8 to 10 indicators where he showed that blacks have higher likelihoods of losing jobs when the economy turns down, when the economy improves, blacks are the last ones in. What's most challenging here is, and why I have this as a historical case for equity, is my staff and myself have updated these statistics that he estimated in the 1960s, and to no surprise, what? Still the same. They're still the same. Okay. Deferred maintenance, and we call it resource base. I gave a little bit of away, but if you recall, as I said, you have the Frem oil filter commercial, and there's a Sage mechanic who was talking to one of his clients who didn't want to pay the $10 for his air filter. Right? Well, the mechanic said, you can pay me now, or you can pay me later. And what we've done, we've estimated what are called human priority investments. And what I've found is basically since 2000, right? Since 2000, our investments in human priority investments have fallen below trend. And also, if you notice, since 2000, you look at the evidence, we've also seen, particularly at that time, continued growth in income inequality. We've seen stagnating wages for a good chunk of that period since 2000, right? So at a minimum correlation, we think there's causation here, that when we slow our investments down in these human priority investments, so child care is another one, mental health, and more broadly social capital, that we see this challenges that communities face. Let's talk about ALICE. ALICE, as I said, stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained and Employed. And it's the share of folks in the community who are at or below, right? Who are at or below they're having enough resources to make ends meet. Just to show you, here's a comparison of ALICE households across our district. Red is Mississippi, so basically 1 in 2 of our households many of them are above poverty, right? But they don't have enough resources to be able to make ends meet. And most importantly about ALICE isn't so much that 50%, it's the narrative that we've developed out of this. And so this first column, I'm just going to highlight for you. The first column really just talks about what it means for Alice and her family if she doesn't have access. Okay, if she doesn't have access to good housing, good clothing, health insurance, well, opportunity to save. But the second column is the most important, and it was highlighted by the president and the mayor, and that is when you look at those challenges that Alice faces, they not only have challenges for herself, but for what? For everybody. Okay? For everybody. And so what we've done here is developed a narrative that, again, hopefully you might borrow and you can utilize in your conversations with family, friends, and colleagues. Okay. Now let's talk about the dollars. We have developed a business case, right? A business case for investing in our communities. And what we've developed here are 2 estimates. One, we have it for Jackson, we have it for for the state, and we've just estimated it for some of our other cities in the state. But what this is telling us, that is, take the Jackson 2 bars. That right now, The actual sort of black buying power in the community is about $4.3 billion. Okay? If we were to continue pursuing creating equity or moving towards equity in terms of household incomes, that actual buying power translates into about $8 billion. Okay? Everybody hear that? Right? So we're almost doubling, right, our buying power if we were to pursue improved equity. Okay? And then also at the state level, we're moving from $16 billion to about $30 billion. This is just showing you compared to St. Louis and our other branch cities. Some of you might say, well, is that big? Is that big? And so the answer is yes. This chart or slide is just showing you that, right, as a share of each area's GDP, gross domestic product, we're looking at around potentially 6 to about 15%. Right? So again, just this pursuit of equity. All right. So where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Our conversations at the Institute around equity, we have a very large race focus on ethnicity, but we also focus on low-income white individuals and families and communities. We also focus on women. We also focus on Latinos, people with a disability, Native Americans, right? And that's our work. And so we have a broader case because what's happened is many of the challenges that they're still felt by black communities, right? They've, as I like to say, they've moved out to the suburbs. They've moved up the income scale. They've moved up, right, the educational sort of gradient. And so equity is a conversation that's impacting everybody. And so that's partly another reason why we've developed these cases for equity. The historical case, the Fram oil filter case, the resource-based case, the Alice case, and then finally the business case. Just to give you a preview where we're going to be developing these conversations even further, we have our annual State of Economic Equity that will be talking about these rationales in more detail. But again, I want to come back. Primary reason why I'm sharing them with you is what? In order for Alice to prosper, in order for businesses to thrive, in order for us to invest in or continue investing in our future and not deferring our maintenance, right? Individuals and families have to have access, right, to finance or have to be financially included, right? They have to have access and also diversity of products. Went through that very quickly, but if there's anything I would want you to take away again is just these various cases that potentially you can utilize in your work with your families, with your colleagues, with your friends and neighbors. Because again, we know the challenges we've been facing. It's just that, and we have the data, we have the analysis, but in many cases, it's just now having the narrative, and that was my primary goal to start the day off. So thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. As Bill mentioned earlier, this is like being home. It's sort of full circle. So as an alum of Hope and spent a number of years working there, and also to be here on Jackson State's campus where I used to be a professor at some years ago. So I've kind of made the circle, Bill. But one of the things I wanted to just share, talking about seizing the moment, you know, as my role at Delta Regional Authority as federal co-chair, we have an opportunity to look across our 8 states, which includes parts of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Illinois, and Missouri. 252 counties and parishes make up our regional commission in our area. You know, the thing that I think about often in the context of the work that we do across our region is really connected to a lot of experiences I also had personally. I grew up in rural Mississippi. I grew up in a town of 4,000 people called Hazelhurst, Mississippi, and then I grew up 9 miles outside of that town. And so we are always thinking about our work in the context at DRA about how do we meet people where they are. Now, we often talk about meeting people where they are, but how often are we intentional in actually doing it? And in some cases, do we actually know what that means and what we should be doing? And we hear a lot and we see a lot across our region. So the South that we know, the South is continually to shift, is continuing to grow. We've seen rapid population growth in the region. Southern communities grew by 12.3% from 2010 to 2020. We've seen growth in industry across the South, where there's been manufacturing jobs, $20 billion in venture capital investment in 2021. And we're seeing this sort of new great migration where we're seeing people of color, specifically African Americans, living in the South continue to increase and also returning back home. And I bring up, and I start here for a point, so often when we characterize the South, we talk about it from a deficit-driven approach. We have assets all across our communities in this region. And I see it each and every day when I move around across our region, and not only looking at the tools, the institutions like a Jackson State, institutions like Hope that exist and do this work all across our region, but we see the resiliency of people in our region. An example, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I had an opportunity to visit Selma, Alabama, and this was right after the tornadoes came through Selma and devastated that community. Had a conversation and was talking to the mayor of Selma about what the rebuilding process was going to look like for him. What did they need? What type of support they needed as they were literally picking up their community? You know, one of the things that he shared with me and our team, he was talking about a new project that he had just started, where they were going to demolish some old housing. They were coming back with new housing. And he said, Doc, you know, the Lord said to me we might have been moving too slow. So he didn't use that experience of tragedy, the experience of what they were facing, as a way to put his head down. Yes, it was hard. Yes, families are struggling. People are thinking about how do they rebuild their communities. But what he described to me was a rebirth of Selma. So I think that type of resiliency, that type of framing of how we think about our work in the South, how we think about the communities that we are working with and not working for, becomes very important. So, you know, there are a lot of reasons, and dare I say sometimes we leverage these as excuses, that we look at a reason or rationale for disinvestment, that we look at a reason for not investing. You've heard these words. Well, they lack organizational capacity. We've heard the words that, well, are they doing work to scale? That's one particularly that I bring into question. Because the reality of it is scale in Jackson and scale in Memphis is going to be very much different from scale in Hazelhurst, Mississippi, from where I grew up at. It is going to be very much different in scale for Selma. It's going to be very much different in scale for Haywood County, Tennessee. So who are we, whether it is from an organizational frame, to dictate what scale should be? Now, we can learn. Yes, we want to make investments that are impactful. We want to make sure that we are using and leveraging federal resources, state dollars, equity, nonprofit dollars. We want to make sure that we are doing that. But we shouldn't do it in a way that blames somebody for where they live or where they choose to live, the community that they choose to stay in. You know, we talk about sometimes in challenges that exist in our communities in a very broad swath, whether it be education, the access to jobs, but are we doing our due diligence in doing the type of research that we need to better understand smaller rural communities in a way so we can leverage resources for impact? And one of the reasons, and we know this all too well in the American South, is when we look at the historical social political experiences that has impacted and which has contributed to the way that our local economies have been built. And we have to unpack that and understand that in a way. And I keep going back to this word for impact, because we have to do that work. We have to think about our work in a framework around impact. So one of the things that I've been privileged to do as leading Delta Regional Authority is really sort of building out what does our work look like for the next 5 years. And if anybody who has done worked in rural communities and rural spaces, the worst mistake that you can make is come into the room and thinking you know everything, because you don't know anything. You know, one of the things that I work with, have always told people or shared with people that I work with in organizations is that enter into space with a sense of curiosity to learn. Enter into the space and recognize that the people that you are engaging in local community and in room are the experts on their community. Yes, there are some things that you know. There are some skill sets that you have. But when you enter into that space, whether you are an organization, whether you are a bank, whether you are a nonprofit, enter into that space with your skill set, but with a curiosity to learn, so you can merge your skill set with what the people in that community want to do and the place that they want to move. So as we embarked on our work at DRA, one of the things we started to do is let's do a listening tour across the community. And I bring that up in this space because we got to be balanced in that. Because there's also another side to this. Many communities across the South have experienced folks coming and talk to them, and talk to them, and talk to them, and do research, and talk to them, and they're still waiting on action. So even as we are entering community with a curiosity to understand, we also have to recognize the experiences of those communities in a way to respect them, to show dignity, and at a base, be honest about what it is you can and cannot do. So we embarked on this sort of listening tour across our 8 states to understand, to learn. But one thing that we were very clear about is that what we learned was going to be brought back into the organization and implemented, whether it was in operational processes, whether it was in the context of program design, because it is our job as a federal agency to be responsive to community, not for community to be responsive to us. So we took on as an agency, and we are taking on as an agency, the work that we need to do to be supportive of the communities that we serve. And truth be told, I'm using DRA as an example, but that example of taking that on and doing that work isn't just a government thing. Should be a role that philanthropic partners take on. It is a role for elected officials to take on. It is a role for banks to take on, CDFIs, MDFs. It is a role for everyone to take on if we are working towards the mission. I can speak to that from the context of DRA. I can speak from that of the context because I know the mission of HOPE and the work that HOPE does. I know the mission that the work that Jackson State does, of taking that on and working towards that mission to deliver for impact in communities. So what did we learn in our learning? And it wasn't just the anecdotal sort of, hey, let's go talk to folks. We took both qualitative data, we leveraged quantitative data. A couple of things that we learned in our region is that there is and remains a strong need for investment in public infrastructure in our region. You know, we are sitting, and the mayor talked about this and the work that he's doing and the infrastructure challenges that are facing Jackson. But what I can tell you is, while Jackson made CNN, there are plenty of Jacksons across our region. That is an unfortunate reality. Also thinking about how do we nurture local workforce systems. For some communities, when we talk about scale, it may not be the large manufacturing company. It may be how do we grow the downtown to support investment in a way to grow small businesses. It may be taking the small business that already existed and supporting them in a way for growth. But whatever that system is, it has to be tailored to what's going on in the local economy, the microeconomy. The other thing is that treat every community, and what we learned is treat every community as a unique place and community and space. You know, what we heard continuously for people in our region is that you may have some regions who is focused on small business development. You have some folks who are thinking about how do they take their natural resources and grow as an economic engineer for communities. You have some people who are taking their place that they had in history, whether it be civil rights history, of leveraging that as a way to grow and create jobs in their community. But you have to do that and think about that local place and think about placemaking and how we do that. The other thing that we know and what we learned is that there still needs and there's a still need for how do we support local capacity. But we can only truly do that and truly believe in the need to do that if we recognize that there is capacity in the room in communities. And what we're doing is not coming to tell folks what to do, but we are there to support existing capacity and support leaders, because I always often say this, people know how they want their communities to touch, taste, smell, and look. They know it. It is our job, it is our role to be supportive of them, helping them to realize that. We have unprecedented amount of federal resources and dollars that are being invested all across the country. Even at DRA, our grant-making budget from year to year historically has been anywhere from $20 to $23 million a year across our region. In this past year alone, the past 3 months, I think we've granted out almost $70 million in funds across the region. For us, that is unprecedented amount of investments that we were making across our DRA region. What we know is, as we work with our other federal partners, whether it be USDA, Department of Labor, everybody is talking about how they have resources to invest. One of the things that I do appreciate too is that as we are thinking about these investments, all of us, all our agencies have Justice 40 initiatives. These are part of metrics that we have to report back on the money that we are investing. Are we impacting underserved communities? Are we touching the communities who need it most? And every agency is reporting back on these metrics and making sure that we have processes in place to do it effectively. We see an investment of more money going to CDFIs and MDIs. We've seen more money into the Emerging Capital Investment Program from Treasury. So these are more resources that are available to be leveraged. Sometimes we talk about this idea of having people at the table or sitting at the table. But from a practical sense, from a sense of what do you do next, what does that mean? So we're talking about intentional investment in communities of potential and communities of need. An example that we think about that at DRA, and I'm using these examples to think about how do you even rethink or reshape your own work sometimes. We support a lot of infrastructure across our region, water and sewer projects, transportation projects. One of the things that becomes very important to communities anytime you have investments is match money to do the work. And if anybody who has led or have put projects together, you're always trying to find the leverage point. One of the unique things about Delta Regional Authority is that our funding can be matched to other federal agencies. Our money is stackable. And so this idea of an investment in a way where it's not just going to communities who can generate a match, but communities who also cannot. And that's important, particularly when you start to think about communities of 400, 500, 1,000 people, them being able to access dollars to help them ship and shape and transform how their communities look, how people engage with their communities. We do need more data, right? But we don't need more data for the sake of just saying we need more data. We need more data, and we're seeing this now. So often we look at data in the context of being retrospective. of what happened, because we have so many places and economies are shifting and changing so quickly. We need to be thinking about data that can give us some insight of perspective changes that are happening. And we ourselves at DRA and working with partners are trying to think more about that, because that community that you can make an investment in today will be a different community tomorrow. And we have to take it on to be thinking about what those changes look like. We have to be clear about thinking about how we define poverty and distress, and not just doing it in a binary way, but looking more as on a gradient and looking at how it's shifting and how it's changing. And part of what I can appreciate about this room and people being here is that we have to do it in a collaborative spirit. You have to have all of the partners, all of the players who need to be engaged at the table. But we also can't do that at the expense of excluding the people who are directly impacted and affected. They also have to be at the table. And just lastly, as we're thinking about strategies, things to be thinking about, one of the key things we often should be thinking about is that the end user. So often we will start from our space to think about our work, our investment, our program, our project, how we're going to deliver it. But I would encourage you all to think about the end user, the person who will be utilizing that process, who will be utilizing that investment, who will be benefited from it. Think about the end user and think about the process they have to experience, so whether it's to draw down resources, to engage in that program, to engage in that design. So thinking about the end user. And recognizing that over the past several years, through the pandemic, a lot of communities have undergone a lot of change. They have undergone a lot of change. One of the things that I will say that I've noticed in the region through that is that I'm finding also more empowered labor, more empowered businesses. This model of industry saying it's going to be X, Y, and Z. It's going to be this, or that. Labor is shifting on how they're thinking about how they engage with industry. We have to recognize that. I hear it all the time from when I'm talking to our industry partners about what they're experiencing with labor, but I'm also hearing it for people who are in the job market, looking for jobs, who want to grow businesses, how they are thinking about industry. There's some reconciling between the two that we got to do. Program design, our outreach work should be done in a way that allows us to think about how do we make sure that our products, the work that we do, work. And the last part I will just hit on is this. Investing in local and anchor institutions remain important. I see it particularly when we look across our region. Our DRA region is a HBCU-rich region. Whether we're talking about 4-year institutions or 2-year institutions. And one thing that we've learned is that HBCUs are anchor institutions, whether it is in the urban setting of a place like a Jackson, rural settings, or whether you're talking about Alcorn State University, when you talk about University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, or if you're talking about Wallace Community College or Coahoma Community College. These anchor institutions are places where people gather, where people come to. These are places where people are thinking about or dreaming about their community. They're community banks. They're dreaming about their community. So there is a responsibility that I think we all have when we're thinking about the work that we have to do, is that we want to be a person, I want to be entities and organizations that's dreaming with our community, the best of us. But when we show up at the dream, we got to make sure we're bringing the resources with them so we can invest in them and the types of things they want to do. Thank you. Now I would like to introduce, coming up next, Patrice Alexander Ficklin.
Good morning. I have to echo Bill's observation. This is a beautiful room to look at. I want to thank Bill, also Ed Sivak, Sean Perkins, and everyone at Hope for having me here today. I'm honored to be among such distinguished presenters and to have the opportunity to interact with this audience while discussing such vitally important and impactful issues. I also want to give a shout out to my CFPB colleague, Diane Standard, who's here. She does an amazing job of amplifying the voices of the Deep South in the work of our agency. I have to start off with a disclaimer. This presentation is being made by a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau representative on behalf of the CFPB, but my remarks do not constitute legal interpretation, guidance, or advice of the CFPB. I must say it's good to be here in Jackson, Mississippi. Due to my roots in neighboring Alabama, each time I'm here in the Deep South, I'm reminded of and humbled by the deep history of this place, the hundreds of years of struggle endured here and the resiliency of those who bore it and continue to. Places like Montgomery and Jackson are places where battles for civil rights were hard fought and where the fight continues. I'm grateful that Dr. Rogers spoke about Dr. King's essay on economic equity. Dr. King also spoke about the importance of economic equity when he referred to the other America that has a daily ugliness about it that transforms the buoyancy of hope into the fatigue of despair. Dr. King went on to describe a crisis of employment, of quality housing, and of opportunity. We know that access to safe, affordable, and fair credit is a fundamental building block for the progress of people everywhere because credit holds the promise of opportunity, whether it be for a stable home to call one's own, to fund the dream of a small business entrepreneur, or for a family to affordably finance education or some other life-changing large purchase. This fundamental principle underpins so much of our fair lending work at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or the CFPB. It is quite literally our mission, and I have the honor of serving as Fair Lending Director at the CFPB. For those of you who are less familiar with us, the CFPB was created in the wake of the Great Recession, a time we recall when millions of Americans saw their home values drop, their savings shrink, their jobs eliminated, and their small businesses lose financing. This was the case nationwide, but hit especially hard in communities of color. Thanks to the advocacy of Hope and many others, it became clear that the nation needed a financial regulator focused solely on looking out for consumers. The CFPB officially opened its doors as an independent federal agency in July of 2011. We got to work right away. And since that time, we've returned $13.5 billion to harmed consumers. Over the course of our first decade, the CFPB uncovered discriminatory lending practices against consumers by bringing historic enforcement actions related to things like credit cards, auto finance, and mortgage lending. In our second decade as a government agency, we continue this important work, informed by the examinations conducted by our supervisory team, the investigative work of our enforcement team, robust market monitoring, groundbreaking research, outreach and engagement with stakeholders like y'all here today, as well as the complaints and stories that we receive directly from consumers themselves. Now, speaking of the CFPB's consumer complaint function, please allow me to give a plug for this service. Our complaint function allows consumers, all of you here in this room, to connect with companies directly and get help when you or your family members experience problems with financial products or services. If we find that another government agency would be better able to assist, we forward your complaint to them and we let you know. Complaints can be submitted online at consumerfinance.gov/complaint, or you can just Google CFPB complaint. You can also call 855-411-2372, where our U.S.-based call center can help in more than 180 languages. We can take calls from consumers who are deaf, who have hearing loss, or who have speech disabilities. And if you didn't catch that phone number, grab me afterwards and I'll give it to you again. Complaints are an extremely valuable resource for us at the CFPB. For example, from Mississippi alone, we've received nearly 40,000 consumer complaints. The top issues in complaints from Mississippians include problems with credit reporting, debt collection, credit cards, bank account access, and mortgage lending. Notably, the CFPB is taking action across all these fronts, and complaints are critical for informing our work. For example, just last week, we proposed reducing late fees on credit cards to $8. which could potentially save consumers up to $9 billion. Today, I'd like to focus on what the CFPB has been doing to combat discrimination in credit markets and ensure access to fair and affordable credit. Now, the principal fair lending law that we enforce is the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, or the ECOA. ECOA protects individuals and small businesses against discrimination when seeking, applying for, and using credit. The struggle for economic equity that Dr. King spoke about during the Civil Rights Movement is a fight that continues today. Two very real illustrations of discrimination that is happening today in financial services are both redlining and appraisal bias, both of which contribute to and exacerbate the racial wealth gap. I'm going to spend a moment on each. Combating redlining is a top priority for us at the CFPB. As a matter of fact, we recently took action against Trustmark National Bank, which is headquartered right here in Jackson, Mississippi, for redlining in communities in Memphis. The CFPB, in collaboration with other federal agencies, found that Trustmark discriminated against Black and Hispanic neighborhoods by deliberately not marketing or offering or originating home loans in majority Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in the Memphis metropolitan area, and also discouraging consumers residing in or seeking credit for properties located in these neighborhoods from applying for credit. Trustmark paid a $5 million penalty and is in the process of investing $3.85 million to increase mortgage access in Memphis and also specifically in those communities impacted by redlining. Additionally, last summer, the CFPB and the Justice Department concluded an enforcement action against Trident Mortgage Company for intentional discrimination and redlining against families living in Black neighborhoods in the greater Philadelphia area. Now, we found a range of illegal and problematic conduct by Trident, including distributing racist language and messages about Black neighborhoods among Trident employees. They avoided sending their loan officers to Black neighborhoods to market mortgage loans. They failed to develop marketing campaigns and advertisements, and they discouraged and ignored minority mortgage loan applicants. Under our consent order, Trident must spend $18.4 million to subsidize mortgage loans in Black neighborhoods in the Philadelphia area. They have to open at least 4 licensed branch locations in Black neighborhoods and take other steps to serve the credit needs of Black neighborhoods in the Philadelphia area and pay a civil money penalty of $4 million. The headline here is that mortgage lenders must serve all qualified applicants, regardless of their skin color or the demographics of their neighbors. Historically, the government's efforts to address redlining have focused solely on banks. Yet as of last year, 77% of all mortgage loans originated came from non-banks. And so Trident was significant not only because of the discrimination that we addressed that was occurring in Black communities in the Philadelphia area, but it represented the first in federal enforcement action against a non-bank mortgage lender. I'll turn now to appraisal bias, which is another top priority for us that is closely intertwined with redlining. Discriminatory home valuations, whether computed by an algorithm or conducted in person, undermine long-standing goals for fair housing and fair lending across our country. We've all seen those media reports about families whose homes appraise at a significantly higher value when they whitewash their homes prior to having an appraiser come in. And by whitewashing, I mean erasing all indicia of their Blackness from their home. Now, home buyers and homeowners that are impacted by biased appraisals encounter more difficulty in securing financing, even being denied altogether more opportunities to purchase a home or refinance an existing mortgage. They also have more difficulty in getting favorable mortgage rates, even if they can get the mortgage, due to a significant loss in net worth and home equity. Misvaluation of homes due to racial bias is also a community issue. Homes in the surrounding community are lowered in value when a realtor makes a biased selection of comparables to set an asking price on a home. Additionally, the community suffers with lower property tax base that is available to invest in schools and other basic civil necessities. These impacts can serve to reinforce historical redlining that has already depressed home values in the area. We have prioritized our research and supervision and enforcement activities, and we are collaborating closely with a number of other federal agencies in our effort to address racial and ethnic bias in home appraisals. Now, I've just spoken about some of the challenges and issues that contribute to the racial wealth gap that the CFPB is focused on. And the question becomes, what can be done about it? How can we foster financial inclusion? Now, apart from addressing lending discrimination, the CFPB is also working to ensure that individuals and businesses have fair, equitable, and non-discriminatory access to credit. And I'll focus on two examples. First, our Section 1071 rulemaking, and second, our work on special purpose credit programs. First, our work on the Section 1071 small business data collection rulemaking, which will in essence shine a light on small business lending. Now, Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Act amended ECOA, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, to require financial institutions to compile, maintain, and submit to the CFPB certain data on applications for credit for women-owned, minority-owned, and small businesses. Congress enacted Section 1071 for the purpose of facilitating the enforcement of fair lending laws and also to enable communities, governmental entities, and creditors to identify opportunities to advance the community development needs for women-owned, minority-owned, and small businesses. In a fashion similar to the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act with regard to mortgage lending, the Section 1071 rule will allow everyone to understand how available credit is being allocated for small businesses in different geographies, for different demographics, in different sectors, and of different sizes. Our rulemaking is still ongoing, and we anticipate that a final rule will be released next month. Now, the second example that I cited of our efforts to promote financial inclusion is to encourage the use of special purpose credit programs. Now, apart from the ongoing historical and systemic discrimination like redlining and appraisal bias that I described, far too many communities of color, households, and businesses simply continue to lack fair and equitable access to credit. Special purpose credit programs can be a promising way for lenders to expand credit to communities that have historically been shut out of the credit market or otherwise disadvantaged. Now, what a special purpose credit program could offer are relaxed underwriting guidelines, assistance with down payment, reduced interest rates, or favorable terms and conditions to a designated class of persons or businesses. Before I close, I just want to mention some of the other emerging consumer financial issues that we are addressing at the CFPB, specifically the risks of institutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, and alternative data in credit markets, and the risks of consumer surveillance and data harvesting. In closing, I'd like to thank again each and every one of you for your interest in and continued action on these important issues. The daily fair lending work of the CFPB is to fight for that other America described by Dr. King and to foster a dignity economy, as Mayor Lumumba mentioned, for consumers, businesses, and communities across the country. Thank you. I'd like to invite John Friedman of Opportunity Insights to come to the podium.
Good morning, everybody. Working into a rhythm by now, I love it. So I'm here to talk about economic opportunity as a backdrop for all of the financial inclusion work that HOPE and other organizations work on and that we're all here today to talk about. In some sense, I just want to take 3 large steps back and think about what are the conditions that lead to economic mobility that is going to lead to closing the wealth gap that Bill and others talked about. And I want to thank Bill for pulling all of us together this morning. I want to thank Jackson State University and everyone here and everyone at HOPE who pulled together to put on such a fantastic event. Now, economic mobility, I think, lies at really the heart of everything that we strive for as Americans and in our communities. But the fact of the matter is that it's very unequally distributed across the country. And so, for instance, this is some research we've done using big data to understand not just what does economic opportunity and mobility look like at a national level, we can actually get down and measure it at the community level. And so this map here, I don't quite know where to point this. Oh, there we go. This map here is a heat map showing for cities across the country what economic mobility looks like for children who grow up in poverty. And the red colors mean that children are growing up to earn very little as adults, and so there's very little mobility. The blue means that there's quite a bit of mobility for children growing up in poverty. And what you see is that there's just enormous variation across the country. You may not be able to see it down there. Jackson, Mississippi, average outcomes for children growing up in poverty is only $28,000. And in large part, that's due to the sharp racial differences in economic mobility. So if we just create this same chart cutting between white and black men, you get these two pictures, black men on the left, white men on the right. So these are all men who grew up in similar economic circumstances, right? But it looks like I've made the map with two different color schemes. They're so different. But of course, they're not on two color schemes. It's actually the same color scheme, right? The sad fact is that upward mobility for black individuals is very low in this country, and especially here in the Deep South. Now, the question that we're here today to think about is what can we do about that? And so the starting point is to ask, well, why is it that we see such variation in economic mobility? Maybe there's something we can learn about those places that offer economic mobility that can teach us about what's missing or what we can do to bring to places to increase economic mobility. And what the data say is there are these four really important factors: poverty rates, family structures, school quality, and social capital. And what I want to now talk to you for the rest of my time is to focus on this last one, social capital, because I think there's some incredibly exciting work pointing to this being probably the most important of all of these. Now, before I show you more data, I need to be a little bit more specific. Well, what do I mean by social capital? It's something that lots of people use to mean lots and lots of different things. Roughly, there are three different types of definitions that one might use, different ways that one might think about this concept. Sorry, let me skip ahead one. So one is the idea of connectedness. This is the idea for any given individual. Do you know other individuals who are likely to be able to help out? Not just in the direct activity, say, of getting a loan or getting access to credit, but in shaping expectations and aspirations. And this is especially important when we think about the role that childhood environments play in upward mobility. This is something where it's not just something we can jump to when people become adults. It's something where every year as children grow up, they're exposed to the environment around them, and that's an opportunity to either kind of bend their trajectory toward mobility or a lost opportunity where it's bent in the other direction. So do those people have access to a broad set of people in their network that can help shape their aspirations and help them out? The second people talk about is one of cohesion. That's basically, I have two friends, are they also friends, right? Is your social network kind of lots of tight little links? And then the third one is one of civic engagement. Are there organizations that are engaged in the community and trying to improve the community? Are people pushing together in order to solve so many public goods problems that can hold communities back? And it turns out, if you look in the data, it's really this first one about economic connectedness that seems incredibly closely connected with social and economic mobility. And so just to show you that, I'm going to go to this next map. And this map here is actually a plot of economic connectedness across the U.S. And what you'll see is it looks almost the same as the plot of economic mobility, right? These same places that were very blue before, that have a lot of upward mobility for people growing up in poverty, these are the same places where those communities are integrated and where there's quite a bit of economic connectedness. The places, similarly, that have very kind of red colors, those are places that have very low levels of economic connectedness, and those are places which then seem to have a correspondingly high level of people remaining in poverty, kind of intergenerational transmission of poverty. And what's neat about these data, and I'll show you, these are all public on the web. I'll show you, especially for the students in the room, I'll show you a website where you can go and see all this stuff yourself. You can really zoom in locally to understand what's going on. So here is the same thing if we just zoom into the Deep South. And you can see, for instance, really sharp variation. We heard from Corey before about Mississippi Delta, really incredibly low levels of economic connectedness, for instance, in Coahoma County, quite a bit lower, for instance, than it is in Atlanta. You can even do this, and I think actually this is really instructive. We can kind of zoom into the Jackson area here, and you can see the sharp inequality of economic connectedness, even really locally, right? So you see here, just picking out 3 local communities, right, where we are here in Jackson, there's very low levels of economic connectedness, whereas if we go to up by kind of Fondren, still in Jackson City, economic connectedness rises quite a bit, and then you get out into suburbs, in certain suburbs, and it's much, much higher, right? And those of you who are from Jackson, kind of know exactly what's behind a map like this when you see it. Now, why do I think social capital and economic connectedness is such an important dimension, such an important driver of upward mobility? How could we separate it, for instance, from something like poverty rates or just economic activity in a region? So what I want to do first is I'm actually going to take this plot of Jackson, and I'm going to take all the data from all the zip codes in the country, and I'm going to put them on a scatter plot here. And what this shows, we have on the horizontal axis is just the median income of a zip code. The vertical axis is how much economic connectedness there is. And so you see these two things are pretty tightly linked across the country. But still, there's quite a bit of range, right? So even if we just pick a level of economic activity, you can see up and down, economic connectedness can vary quite a bit. So now let me connect this to the upward mobility. I'm just going to color in each of these dots. Again, bluer dots are zip codes where there's a lot more economic mobility. Down to yellow and into red dots, these are zip codes where there's very little economic mobility. And what you see, looking at this chart, right, let me just kind of isolate it. If you go up and down, right, so pick a level of economic activity, pick a median income, pick a poverty rate, and try increasing economic connectedness, what you find is that economic mobility, as we increase economic connectedness, as the level of social capital grows, economic mobility grows with it. Right? We're moving from the red dots on the bottom to the blue dots on the top here. And so even just, holding fixed the level of economic activity, social capital really seems to be higher in places with more economic mobility. We can also do it in the other direction too. Suppose we try to move across the graph. So that's saying, well, let's not worry about social capital. Let's just try to improve economic incomes. And I'm not saying that's not a good thing. That's definitely a good thing. It just isn't nearly as helpful to create economic mobility, right? You see when we move across the top here, you're kind of moving from blue on the left over to blue on the right, right? And that's what that's saying is that there aren't that many communities that have high levels of poverty and very high levels of social capital, high levels of economic connectedness, but those which do actually generate an excellent amount of economic mobility. In fact, basically the same amount as some of the communities over on the right, which both have quite a bit of economic connectedness and low levels of poverty. And so it's possible to basically just move up here, right? And I think that's going to be a key way to increase not just social capital, but also economic mobility. So let's dig one level deeper before I stop and open it up to questions. Why is it that some of these places have so much higher economic connectedness and others do not? Well, as I think the map of Jackson suggested, right, there are really two different kind of explanations that come together roughly in equal measure, right? One incredibly important explanation is segregation, typically residential segregation among both racial and economic lines, which just prevents those type of connections from happening because you never see each other, right? But then even when places are integrated, there can be bias in who ends up actually making connections with whom. And so I've put a quote here from what I think of as a great sociologist, Carmelo Anthony, who talked about his experience growing up in Baltimore. And he writes, every time I walked across Utah Street, I witnessed the exchange of realities. And as I grew older, I came to understand this is just how Baltimore worked. And then he says, these two worlds would never cross, never make friends, never acknowledge each other. Everyone was okay with it. And so these are the type of barriers that I think we need to break down. And I think that's part of why financial inclusion is such a powerful tool towards leading to upward mobility. So let me stop there. I'm excited to hear your questions, again, especially from the students in the room. As a teacher, it's always exciting to get young people engaged with everything that we're doing. And so let me now invite Ed Sivak, the Chief Policy Officer and Communications Officer from HOPE, to come on the stage.
And let me invite our other speakers up as well. We're going to open it up. So again, we will have folks walking around the room, collecting index cards, really encourage questions, and as they come in, we'll certainly direct them to our audiences. Our speakers are getting seated, and as questions are coming in, Dr. Bill Rogers, he outlined the case for economic equity, a business case, an asset-limited, income-constrained employed case, deferred maintenance. The business case, he cited that we could have an additional $4 billion right here in Jackson if we had equity. Dr. Wiggins, said maybe the quote of the day, if you work in community, you must merge your skill sets with what the community wants to do. And he talked about the work of the Delta Regional Authority to listen and called on all of us to collaborate in a way that brings local people to the table. Ms. Ficklin threw out three numbers: $13 billion return, that's real money to consumers, 40,000 consumer complaints here in Mississippi alone, and the fact that 3 out of every 4 mortgages are made by non-banked lenders in America. And we just heard from Dr. Friedman as well about the importance of connectedness. So that is a quick summary. Do we have any questions ready to go? Chantel is grabbing them while she goes. Do you have one? Okay, I'm not going to ask it. I want to make sure we leave room for the audience. Okay, great. The first question is directed towards Dr. Bill Rogers, and we may ask others to opine on this as well. What community engagement methods do you have that help tell the new story of shared prosperity?
Well, within our community development function at the bank, and like I said earlier, I am new to the bank, coming up on 2 years, but within our community development function, we have what's called the Institute, and then we have our community partnerships and investments, CPI, led by Sydney Diavu. And the way we are seeing ourselves that we work together is that my team is doing research in 3 areas: wealth, income, workforce, but then also community response. And we manage 2 data sets. One is our Bank On data set, which is basically an administrative data set that that captures the number of accounts or number of banks and accounts throughout the United States that are providing not only access but better quality opportunities for financial inclusion. And then we also have another source of data that was collected starting with the pandemic, and is trying to capture how social service and other organizations and communities have been responding and getting their perspectives on where we are with regards to the pandemic and now moving to an endemic. One of the activities that we have been doing, we have a thing called CDAC. It's our Community Development Advisory Council. We meet with them regularly to make sure that we're understanding what's happening on the ground or on Main Street, and we utilize that with help integrate into our larger research. And part of the thing too, for me personally, was it was used earlier, the listening tour that I wanted to do when I first came to the bank, but there was something called the pandemic that that sort of put that on hold. And so part of me being here and spending the time with you is answering the question, but is really to again listen, because it's very humbling. You think you know something, but as you said, Corey, you don't know something. But that outreach and building those relationships are something that are very important for me.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. We have a lot of questions for Dr. Friedman, but we have some others as well. But this next question I really want to get to, because this was something that was on my mind as you were presenting the data. What are the specific levers for social and economic mobility? In these next two, I actually probably should ask them in opposite order. What about the correlation between race and class and wealth? Can we create connectedness economically without directly addressing racism?
Yeah, so I think those are outstanding questions, and I think that race and class are incredibly tightly tied together in all of this. There is quite a bit of variation in economic connectedness within, if you kind of just look at individuals of a given race, but I don't think that's helpful as a means of separating these two things. And you saw, for instance, in the map from Jackson, like it projects exactly onto these historically determined really sharp lines of racial segregation that have, through so many of the techniques talked about in the early presentation, have kind of led to economic disenfranchisement over so many years. And so, I think the two things clearly go together. At the same time, right, I think we always need to be open to kind of finding ways to make progress without feeling like we have to boil the ocean. And so I think we can make progress on economic connectedness, we can make progress on economic mobility, at the same time as trying to make progress on a lot of these broader racial and class segregation and inequality lines in the US. I don't think we feel I have to kind of boil the ocean with everything that we're doing. So I don't know if that helps.
Okay, thank you. Let's direct this next question to Ms. Patrice Ficklin. And some of this is information. Do CFPB agencies exist in every state? That's just the question for the CFPB.
So we do not exist in every state, but we do have regional offices. The one for the Deep South is in the Atlanta area. But we are a nationwide agency, and so we are available and accessible for everyone in the country in terms of reaching out to us. And as I mentioned before, I'm happy to speak with you after this panel and share the contact information directly so that you can engage with the CFPB. Our responsibility is with regard to the entire nation. So, we are everywhere.
Thank you. Dr. Wiggins, I'm going to direct this next one to you. We've gotten a couple in around the DRA's reach. What programs do you use that reach rural areas that need infrastructure growth? And what is the DRA doing to ensure that there is equity in its investments across its footprints with CDFIs and MDIs?
Yeah, no, good question. Our portfolio is vast at Delta Regional Authority. One, we do grant making around basic public infrastructure, so water and sewer, transportation projects. We also do grant making around workforce development training programs. We actually have an active grant process open now with a technical assistance process that's coming up in a couple of weeks in Memphis. We also, our 4 measurements of what we look for around our grant making is 1, jobs created, jobs retained, families affected, and that's with our water and sewer and transportation funding, and also individuals trained, and that's with our workforce development. Those are the 4 basic measurements that we look at any project that comes into us. We have different programs, but those are the 4 basic across any of the programs that we do. As we're doing our work around equity, it's twofold. So talking about the listening tour, about learning and listening, but that's just one side of it. One of the things that we are doing is leveraging data internally. We have been able to go back and look at our past grant-making cycles to understand where we had historically granted as an agency, and then have also developed outreach plans to get into places and communities we have not made grants to. An example of that is, and a real example of that, is just this past grant cycle, out there we're looking at the grants we made. We realized that we did not make any grants into Southwest Mississippi. So thinking about Hinds County going down into South like Adams and Wilkinson County. And not only did we didn't do any grants there, we did not receive not one application from the area. And so communities in Southwest Mississippi did not even have an opportunity to be at the table. From an agency, what we did is that we went and did a tour across Southwest Mississippi, where we made a stop at Alcorn State University. We went to Natchez, we went to Summit at the community college there, went to Kapok Lincoln Community College. So our work around equity is leveraging data to help inform our decision making, to making sure that we're getting out to communities. One thing we did notice, at least from our data, that we were able to invest over $20 million of DRA funding this past election cycle in communities of color that we've done previously.
Great, thanks, Dr. Wiggins. And this last question, I'm going to actually ask all the panelists to respond to, and this will be our last question before we transition. We'll start with Dr. Freeman and just run down the line, and Ms. Ficklin will have the last word. As an HBCU law student, at this time, what actions can I take to increase economic mobility within my school environment and within our communities?
So within schools, there are kind of 2 important ways that one can increase the extent of economic mobility. One is to help pull more students into the community, into the school from a really diverse set of economic communities, and make sure that people are not being inadvertently excluded because they just haven't had the means to kind of get on the right path. And then the second is to make sure that people are put, once they're there, on a great trajectory to achieve economic stability and mobility going forward. And there, I think, I just always like to encourage my students to think about what it is that they're doing and getting the education for. Like, what's the right pathway? And there are many, many different pathways, but sometimes it's easy to be at a great place like this and kind of just not, basically you're reveling so much in being here, you're not thinking about exactly what am I doing and how's that setting me up for what I want to do in 2 or 5 years' time. And so I actually think helping on both of those margins are both great ways to help increase mobility at a great place like this.
Yeah. As a HBCU alum myself, I think the thing I would say is that if you think about your experience that you're having with your classmates in the community that you're creating, hold on to it. There's nothing like having a framing that's rooted in an experience that you then go into a workplace and leverage that experience. And something that a mentor of mine sort of shared with me is that you can do well and do good. So even as you're thinking about what are your future career choices and what you want to do, think about the balance that you can create in both doing well and doing good, and framing what your impact looked like for all of those folks who came before you to create access to that opportunity to have impact.
Before sharing my thoughts on that question, I do want to just mention, so another aspect of what we do in terms of our outreach, as I said, with our Community Partnership Investment Group, they are working within communities to help as a third party and a neutral entity deploying the capital, and its physical capital and social capital really efficiently. Now this question, which is actually probably the hardest question, but no, actually no. I spent probably about 25 or 30 years on college campuses, and I think number one is develop a personal mission. I quickly, I don't know exactly how it emerged, but my mission is about empowering people and communities with economic thought and analysis. And why do you want to do that? Well, I have a cousin who's a very prominent lawyer, and this is not lawyer bashing or anything at all, but he would always say to me, so what do you want to be? What do you want to be after I worked at the Labor Department as the chief economist? And I said, Carl, for me it's about empowering, it's my mission, it's about empowering people and communities. And the reason why I suggest this to you is that you'll be much healthier, you're happier, you're not worried about, okay, am I in this position? Am I at that job that I dream so much? And so, because what you'll do is on each day when you get up, you're evaluating what you're doing on this mission, right? And as long as it's consistent with your mission, so for me it was teaching, for me it was research, for me it was doing service for United Way. As long as it was consistent, I'm in a great place. The other thing to think about, too, is we talk about mentors a great deal, and again, very, very important, but as I was sitting listening to your comments about the connectedness, and I got to this place called advocates for your success. Advocates for your success. And a mentor could be an advocate, but your peers, the group, the kids, the guys you hang out with, right? They're advocates for your success. Your parents are your advocates for your success. And what does this differ for me from a mentor? An advocate for your success, your success becomes part of their DNA, right? To where they will make that call for you. They will support, say, oh, we need someone to do this plum assignment. And they're going to be the one who's going to step up and suggest that, yes, Bill Rogers should be doing that assignment for us as opposed to someone else. So the advocate for success is really important, and then also, as I said, having that personal mission.
Wow, these are tough acts to follow. I agree with all of the advice that's been given. What I would also suggest is consider organizing an occasional speaker series, just a couple speakers a year, because you've got a lot to do in law school. But invite folks that you meet here at this conference to come to your law school and speak. And you'll find that through that process, you'll begin to connect with those folks. You'll begin to build out your own network. So that would be one of my recommendations, is meet the people here and then use that as a springboard for some sort of maybe a couple of speakers a year to come in and talk about topics that interest you. Because you'll find, you never know what doors may open up from that relationship with that speaker.
And if I could also just add on that, key word is balance, right? Many of us are torn and want to solve all these problems today. But at the end of the day, you have to, at one level, for law school, getting your PhD, there is a level of selfishness. Invest in yourself, make sure that you're healthy, make sure that you get that credential to where 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, you're then doing that great work. So.
Please join me in thanking our esteemed panel of experts. I'll now invite our next panel up to come take the stage.
Are you sitting or standing? Are you sitting or standing?
Wherever you want. All right, I am very excited, and we will continue to run through the program today. We've got a lot of exciting speakers, and I would just invite attendees, if you need to take a break, you're certainly welcome to. There's doors in the back and doors in the front. At this time, I am very humbled and privileged to share the stage with such an esteemed group of people. We have with us today, oh, okay. Thank you. Scoot over. Tom Shapiro, who's an intellectual giant on matters concerning the racial wealth gap. He's the co-author of the seminal work, Black Wealth, White Wealth, a work that challenged how we think, frame, and solve for racial inequality. The first edition was originally published in 1995. Ironically, or maybe not ironically, the same year Hope Credit Union was founded. He has since gone on to author other works on wealth and inequality and has appeared in some of the most consequential news outlets in our nation. Judy Reese-Morse is a renowned policy advocate and advisor from Louisiana. Please take the time to read her bio. You will be nothing short of inspired. She's worked in leadership at every level of government, from the mayor's office in New Orleans with Mitch Landrieu, to the office of the lieutenant governor, to the executive branch at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and on Capitol Hill with Congresswoman Lindy Boggs. She may also very well be the most connected woman in Louisiana, I'm finding as I do more work over there. Every person I met with from the state responds to her name as if she's family. She is the president and chief executive officer of the Urban League of Louisiana. And finally, Ines Polonius. Ines is the chief executive officer of Communities Unlimited, a community development financial institution serving the rural South. She is one of the most sought after and accomplished rural community development practitioners in America. Her organization finds ways to build human capital locally, building on a theme we heard earlier, to import financial capital into communities and to solve problems that some would say are beyond repair. Communities Unlimited does this through small business development, water and wastewater development. She is also one of two people I could count on to return calls as I slogged through my internship with Hope 23 years ago. Please join us in thanking welcoming our panel. All right, as we heard from Bill's opening remarks and from previous presentations, financial inclusion is a prominent topic of interest, perhaps more so than at any other time in recent memory. Indeed, it is the theme for today's event. So we're going to begin with a seemingly simple question for all of our panelists. We'll start with Tom. Why is financial inclusion important to you in your work? After Tom, we'll move on to Judy and then close out opening remarks with Ines.
Thank you. It is wonderful to be here, and indeed I'm humbled by some of the previous speakers and the audacious agenda before us today. I also love that introduction as barely a 5'6" guy who had dreams of becoming the last Jewish point guard in the NBA. To have the word giant associated with me is indeed an honor. So thank you very much. Financial inclusion is at the heart of some of the work that I do and some of the auspicious agenda before us today. Previously, we had spoken, there have been movements around lack of access to capital in various spheres, to home ownership, to attending higher education, among others. And I think from where I sit, unfortunately, what some of that early drive about lack of access delivered to us has been predatory inclusion. That is, the notion that access became so much more important than thinking about what are the terms of that engagement. And I think that that's where the notion of financial inclusion starts to get us. And I want to, if I can take a couple of minutes, to relate that to racial wealth inequality in the United States. And a couple of the speakers have referred to it and given some of the dimensions. I want to dig just a little bit deeper as some level setting and some landscaping before we move much further in this conversation this morning. The average half above, half below white family in the United States has approximately $188,000 of net worth. Everything they own minus all their debts. The average black family has approximately $24,000. Right. That is 12 cents of black wealth for every dollar of white wealth. And almost no matter what data set one looks at, that 12 cents on a dollar or dime on the dollar ratio has unfortunately stood the test of time since I started and others started doing this work a little over 30 years ago now. Of that net wealth, for most families in the United States, 2/3 of it is not in the form of stocks and bonds or savings accounts, it's in the form of home equity. And that's why the reference earlier to home ownership and the terms of lending and what different federal agencies are doing is so critically important to this. If 2/3 of the wealth is in home equity, what are the components of that? So in the United States, I want to suggest two large buckets that I would like us to think about. One has to do with what are the rates of home ownership. So nationally, white families, 73% of white families are homeowners versus 45% of black families. In Mississippi, 79% of white families own their home and 53% of black families. Mississippi is a little above the national average, I think, because of the notion of agriculture and farm and the way that farms play into that and in rural counties. All right. Given that difference, I wanted to ask and present two questions before us today. What if, and both of them are what if questions, what if the rate of home ownership were the same for African Americans as it is for whites? What if that rate got up to 73% nationally, or hypothetically 79% in Mississippi? And what would that do to wealth? Because home ownership is 2/3 of that wealth. Nationally, it would raise black wealth by $44,000. That is more, if you will, than the current median wealth for black families. In turn, if we ask the second question, which goes to the broader question of appraisal and residential segregation and how homes are valued, what if similarly situated homes in white and black communities had the same value? That is, controlling for blades of grass, architecture, year built, everything we can possibly grab in that. That would increase black wealth by another $23,000. So we add those together very quickly, we get about $67,000 added to median African American wealth in the United States. A couple of times more than where it is today. By itself, putting those two together closes racial wealth inequality, just white and black, by about 40%. Right. The largest driver of wealth and wealth inequality in the United States for most families, not at the very top and not at the very bottom, has to do with home ownership. And lastly, and I want to leave some of this for the conversation later, if those are the drivers and those are the sources, what tools and advocacy do we have at our disposal? And I think we have to look at both, how do we break into the rate of home ownership disparity, white and black? And there are a lot of tools there, some of which are mentioned earlier, having to do with first-time home ownership, having to do with what terms of the credit look like, having to do with a lot of home ownership patterns. The second, about the equity, goes back to the appraisal, breaking down residential segregation, probably the toughest challenge before us. So I want to leave some of those for conversation later and certainly for questions. And I think I'm turning it over here next.
You are. Thank you so much for setting the stage for us, Ed. Thank you so much for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. It is a true honor for me to be here with all of you. I'm going to repeat what you've heard before, and I wish you all could come up here one at a time and look at this room. It is spectacular. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm really happy to be here representing the Urban League of Louisiana. Most of you may be familiar with the Urban League. My colleague, Portia Espy, is is here. She is your president and CEO for Mississippi. But I'm glad to be here to talk about what we're doing in Louisiana, because I think that there are a lot of similarities between Mississippi and Louisiana. Unfortunately, our states end up at the top of all of the bad lists and at the bottom of many of the good lists. And the work that we do at the Urban League of Louisiana works to change that. Let me also, of course, thank Bill Bynum, who I really, with every passing day, just admire him more and more. A true genius, and I know all of you here know that. You should know that that is how we feel about him in Louisiana as well, and across the American South and across this country. He is an advocate, he's an analyst, he's a champion for the kinds of issues that we've been talking about today and that we're going to talk about on this panel. So Bill, thank you so much for giving me a chance to be a part of this really important conversation. At the Urban League of Louisiana, we focus on a number of issues, and it's one of the things that makes us a really, really unique organization. We focus on education and youth development. We focus on workforce development, policy and social justice, and also entrepreneurship. And it is our work in entrepreneurship that is led by the very, very capable Classy Duncan that I want to kind of focus my attention on today. It is one of the core pillars of a signature body of work at the Urban League of Louisiana that we call the Sea Change Collective. It's spelled S-E-E because we want to actually see it. We're really tired of talking about it. We're tired of reading about it. We want to see the change, but it's also based on the term SEA, sea change, which means a complete and total transformation. And that is also what we are looking for. We want policy changes, we want practice changes, we want program changes across our state, starting off by looking at the greater New Orleans region. And we want these changes because we want to close the racial wealth gap. So I'm really, really excited to hear what you have to say, my fellow panelists here, about that, because it is a critical, critical body of work. If we don't close the wealth gap, the economy, the economic output that supposedly we all seek is never going to come to pass. We call it the racial wealth gap, but in my mind, closing the racial wealth gap is a true economic development strategy, and we have to start seeing it as such. We think about traditional economic development strategies, how to retain businesses, how to bring in new business. It has a lens that really kind of goes over the head of many of the people that we should be talking to and focusing on, which are members of our communities. If we think about how to close the gap, you just heard a very straightforward example as it relates to home ownership, which, by the way, is another area that we're very focused on, along with how do we increase income and wages. These, to me, are very simple principles, but it seems to be a mystery to so many about why we are in the situation that we're in economically. And so I'm hoping today to talk a little bit more about what we are learning in Louisiana as we work with small business owners and we hear from them about the challenges, but also share some of the opportunities that exist. And we know that when we're able to close that gap, we're going to increase economic output by billions of dollars that we leave on the table. And so I'm looking forward to continue the conversation.
Great. Thank you, Judy. We're right there with you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Bill and Ed. As Ed said, Communities Unlimited, we've got 96 people on the ground in 7 states in the South, from Texas to Tennessee. Dr. Wiggins, to do exactly what you asked us to do, to meet communities where they are and then work with them according to their priorities to address issues and barriers to prosperity. And so I want to broaden this idea of financial inclusion to include communities and community systems. And I'm super excited that two of my colleagues are here who make this work real on the ground right here in Mississippi. Alexander Brandon is our area director for environmental services here in Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. And Dr. Marnell Love is our senior management consultant who works with small businesses, specifically in the Mississippi Delta area. And so the way that we look at it is, the antidote to poverty is wealth, which is why your book is so important to us. And for us, we think about financial inclusion in terms of, the individual who can't open a bank account. We think about the small business who can't get a loan because they don't have a banking relationship. What we often forget is the community and the utilities in that community that lose out when the bank closes or gets consolidated away. One thing, when we look at community wealth, from a capital perspective, the largest asset in any rural community is its water and its wastewater system. And we forget about that because the pipes run underground and we open the spigot and we assume that clean water comes out. When that is not the case, as we've learned certainly in this city and in so many other rural communities across the South, we begin to value that asset in a whole different way. And so when you have a straight pipe pouring sewage into a creek or into a ditch in between two homes, those homes are worth virtually nothing. And so when we talk about wealth creation, right, there's this symbiotic relationship between infrastructure and where a person lives and where their home is. I think the other piece I want to highlight, because we really haven't talked about it enough yet today, is the impact of banking deserts on our rural communities. Because in persistent poverty communities, we still work in a cash economy. And when a utility can't deposit the fees that are being paid for water and wastewater, it creates a huge problem for them. At the same time, that community has lost the opportunity to go to a banker and say, look, our pump isn't functioning. We need a small loan to do a quick fix to make sure that we can get back online and provide folks with water and wastewater. The bank in the next metropolitan area doesn't understand the risk of lending to water and wastewater systems, and certainly isn't going to make a small dollar loan to that community. That's why in 1992, we started a CDFI focused on making loans to water and wastewater systems. Today, we have the largest portfolio of any CDFI in that work in water and wastewater loans. We can make an emergency loan in 24 hours to help that community out when we have the technical assistance providers on the ground that are working with that system. So I just wanted to expand the way that we look at financial inclusion and the role of banks in this whole story, not just from the individual, not just from the small business, but also from the small utility perspective and the infrastructure.
Thank you. Ines, let's stay right here and just let's continue to talk through this community asset framework that you've shared with us. Can you just talk about the importance of well-functioning community infrastructure and how that factors into an individual or a family's ability to build assets, whether that be a home or a small business or something else?
So we know that single-family home that is connected to centralized wastewater system automatically has a 8% to 13% increase in value to a home that is based on a septic system. Now, again, if you translate that, and I had a picture up, if you've got a straight pipe that is pouring untreated sewer into a ditch in between homes in a neighborhood, the whole value of that neighborhood decreases substantially. And I can talk more about this story in a little bit later. Luckily, this is before lunch and not after lunch. But the same holds true for commercial properties. So if you have a commercial property that is connected to a centralized wastewater system, it is automatically 10% an increase in value over one that is not. And I have a very specific story here in Mississippi where we're working with a restaurateur who wants to start the first and only restaurant in a rural community in the downtown and revitalize a building that, in that downtown would really add a lot of value. But the whole downtown wasn't connected to a central wastewater system. It would have cost that entrepreneur $25,000 to put in a commercial septic system. It totally precluded them from taking that step or even taking on enough debt to make that happen. And so the community lost out, but also that entrepreneur lost out to really build that asset in that business that we saw him build, that he could have built.
Thank you, Ines. You spoke about just the role of entrepreneurship here and the barriers that the entrepreneur needed to overcome. I'm going to come back to Judy. And she mentioned the Sea Change Collective report. If you haven't gone online to read that report, you really need to take the time to download it. What I appreciate about it, Judy, is there is much more ink devoted to solutions than the challenges. And so there's a wonderful call to action in there. And so, I'm wondering if you could draw on your experience running the different centers that Urban League of Louisiana does to support entrepreneurship. How do differing experiences and levels of capital access affect diverse business owners' ability to start, grow, and persist?
No, thank you, Ed, for that question. Again, it's really important for us to pay attention to what we're learning from community. I mentioned Classy Duncan, who serves as the lead, our vice president for the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. She's got an amazing team of people who do the work of connecting with community to provide entrepreneurial training, to provide corporate partnerships that bring programming and assets to our small business owners of color in Louisiana. And these areas are really critical. I'll tell you, since 2020, we have offered 11 different programs with corporate partners to bring resources to small businesses who obviously have struggled to stay afloat since the start of the pandemic. You heard this said in a different way earlier, but the way that I think about it is when it's cold outside, businesses owned by people of color are colder. And when it's hot outside, businesses owned by people of color are hotter. And so when 2020 came along, they were already distressed, and they've been historically distressed. And so we had to go out and create those partnerships at the Urban League of Louisiana to be able to ensure that we were connecting our small business owners across the state to those necessary resources. Those were 11 programs in partnership with corporate and with government. We also had to provide training to the business entrepreneurs. You will remember all of the talk about the PPP loans, about the EIDL program, and how difficult it was for businesses owned by people of color to be able to connect to those federal assets. They had difficulty with the forms. The requirements were foreign to them. It was as if it was a different language that was being used to communicate with them, and interpreters were needed. We were very pleased and proud to be able to be one of the interpreters. There were many other organizations doing great work in Louisiana that worked with our small business owners. But it is so important to also look back now a few years and a half and to think about what we learned. I'll tell you some of the things that we learned. Our small business owners have to devote all of their time to make their businesses work. They have to devote every single second of every single day to just make their businesses work, whatever their businesses are. And by the way, most of businesses owned by people of color are in the food service industry, the food service sector, and the hospitality and accommodation sector. That's one of the changes that we have got to make. We have got to increase the number of sectors. We have to create a variety of sectors where our businesses will have opportunities to start businesses, to grow those businesses, to make sure that they're profitable, and to make sure that they are sustainable. And that's the mission of the work that we do at the Urban League of Louisiana. But we learned that business owners have to devote all of their time there, so they don't have the opportunity necessarily to learn the language of administratively speaking with potential funders or with the government or with corporations that want to take their assets and have their assets hit the ground and benefit Black-owned businesses. So organizations like the Urban League of Louisiana, those business development organizations, entrepreneurial training organizations are really, really critical. We need to be as strong as we can be so that we can be interpreters, so that we can be trainers, and just so that we can be the organizations that hold the hand of small business owners as they try to constantly figure out how to stay alive. This is, it sounds very stark because it is, but I'm happy to also tell you that there are solutions. There are changes that we can make that really are basic changes, and honestly, really should be the kinds of changes that we all should be thinking about. Financial institutions, government institutions, corporations, we all should be thinking about this, because if we're able to close this gap, which means making sure that our small businesses owned by people of color have an opportunity to be in an environment where they can compete and thrive, we know that families will be stronger. We know that communities will be stronger. We know that economies will be stronger, and it will be a win for the future. We spend too much time stuck in the past. At the same time, we don't spend enough time acknowledging the history of the past. So we have to really be truthful with ourselves. We have to acknowledge the history of this country, acknowledge the history of institutional racism. These are real accounts that have impacted generations of people of color in this country. So while we must know our history and we must come to grips with it, no matter your race, we must acknowledge that history in order to create a pathway and look at those opportunities and be able to take advantage of those opportunities for the future. Ed, you mentioned Sea Change. Sea Change is a collective impact effort that brings together lots of partners to look at how to do that. How do we successfully change the narrative, build public will, and create that pathway to the future to benefit small business owners, because we know that they are the anchors in our most underserved communities. And then how do we look at institutions like HOPE that are committed to being the type of financial institution that meets our small business owners and community leaders where they are? You've heard this already this morning, and you'll continue to hear more of it from this panel. And what that says to me is that this is not rocket science. This is about vision and will. And we have to look to the heads of financial institutions. We have to look to the heads of government organizations. We have to look to the heads of corporations. And we have to be on the lookout for those who have the vision and the will to help to create the opportunities that are right there in front of us. And so I'm again, really excited to be a part of this conversation, because I know what is possible. And I think all of you know what is possible as well. We just have to come together and be committed about making sure that we don't accept anything less than what we know we need to create the kind of economy that is going to work for everyone.
Thank you, Judy. All right, now we're getting to the good part. I want to Tom, you kind of teased a little bit earlier about solutions, how we get there. Judy talked about institutional racism. You've written extensively on the role of public policy and what it has done to create the conditions that we're working to overcome. You also put a big number out there, $67,000. How do we get there? What are the policy solutions? And what is the responsibility of the financial sector to get us there as well?
Questions I've been struggling with for 30-some years. And I'm here to tell you that, unfortunately, it's a growth industry for the wrong reasons. Because racial wealth inequality, in fact, is growing worse, even as there may be some individual mobility. At the equity level, those numbers, the differences still remain very stark and, unfortunately, are growing. I'd like to tag on and underline one of the points that was just made about history. History is not just in the past, it's what we're living right now. It's what's framing this entire conversation. It's what's framing this entire day. I know that some of my work has to do with the Pickford class action lawsuit and looking at a settlement that was made against the Department of Agriculture for decades of systemic racism and discrimination. That's not stopped. It's taken different forms, but it's all of the, it's all of the same piece in a lot of different ways. So the solutions, I think, really have to do with understanding our own history, understanding how all of this has come about, and not just unwinding it, because that would take us back to ground zero, but to redo it in a way that really meets our aspirations and really meets our values in that sense. And that may not be about a particular number around racial wealth inequality, but the direction that we're headed in. I remind myself, people often ask me, Tom, you've been doing this for so long, how come you haven't committed suicide yet? With this work, what's your sources of inspiration? And it's rooms like this. It's events where I get to go around the country and talk to folks. Not just talk, but see the organizing at the community level. And I'm reminded of a particular instance. I'm reminded of going with the foundation personnel, and we're doing a listening session, and this was like 15 years ago, on racial wealth inequality. We're in Southern Illinois, and if you know Southern Illinois, you've almost crossed the Mason-Dixon line in terms of the culture. And we're asking a small focus group after we delivered all of, a couple of academics and a foundation official had given all the numbers. And the organizer stood up and asked the room, what would it mean to you if racial wealth inequality were solved? And all right, so I'm the academic, and I'm thinking, oh, someone's going to come back with a number, and this is going to help me to define parity. No, what they came back with, it would show that people care about us and want to attack that problem. And it would show dignity. We heard the expression earlier about a dignity economy. And this, I think, is involved in some of the solutions that we can talk about, whether it's first-time home ownership, whether it's the terms of credit, whether it's involving the cancellation of some egregious debts that never should have been there in the first place, in my estimation, like student debt, which is an extraction of wealth and is on the negative side, and simply dealing with that, even if this administration has its way of tinkering around it at $10,000 or $20,000 level, will go a long way and would help lessen the extraction of wealth that provides more capital for first-time home ownership, business development, and all sorts of other things involved. So when I think about, lastly, and I just want to close this section off here for myself without hogging the time. When Inez talked about infrastructure, they're clearly, I want to lift up her point even more, and that is talk about social wealth. Social wealth meaning the infrastructure that society creates so that we don't have to spend private money to do it. And the example of the sewer system, of the septic tanks, if the infrastructure and social wealth isn't built up like that, it takes our individual privatization of wealth to create the conditions that we can have that home, that business, and that farm. So I think that relationship is incredibly important here.
Thanks, Tom. Judy, I'm going to come back to you to start this next round again and really just ask us to stay focused on solutions. And in particular, I'm wondering if you can speak, share a call to action. What is the role of the financial sector in advancing Black business ownership and closing the capital gap?
One of the things that we hear from the businesses that we serve at the Urban League all the time obviously speaks to capital. Access to capital. And it's a real challenge because many of them can't get any access to capital. Some of them can get some access to capital, but they know that it is not equitable. They know that their white counterparts are getting more than they are able to secure. We know that this is critical because if you don't have capital, it's going to be very hard for you to start a business. You could have the best idea in the world, but if you don't have the resources to be able to start your business and to keep that business alive in the first 5 years, we know that's the critical window to determine whether or not a business is going to be able to sustain itself. So access to capital, really, really critical. We also know that small businesses have a difficult time getting access to credit. Very similar, but a big issue for businesses owned by people of color. And so what is the criteria used to determine whether or not a financial institution is going to take a risk on a particular business? This is a real struggle for our businesses that are owned by people of color. And again, wherever there's a risk, there's an opportunity for a solution. And then we know that access to networks, which one might say, well, what does that have to do with a financial institution? Is it a financial institution's responsibility to ensure that a small business owner has access to the network of individuals who can influence maybe an investment, a venture capital investment in their business, or some sort of a partnership, minority-majority partnership for a small business? I would suggest that, again, these are all challenges for small businesses owned by people of color, but they are also opportunities. And so, Ed, some of the solutions that we would advance at the Urban League of Louisiana are those. How do we talk to financial institutions and ask them to become better educated in the needs and the unique opportunities of businesses that are owned by people of color? We would also say, what kind of data are you collecting, and are you disaggregating that data? So again, you can take a deeper dive in really understanding the environment. A lot of times those businesses get written off. They're not given any consideration. And in fact, people are running away from those businesses. And we say lean in. We say don't run away from them, run to them, and lean in and learn about the opportunities. We know that the demographics of this country are changing quickly, and we know in the next 20 years we're going to look much differently than we've ever looked in the history of this country. And so what does that mean, and what kind of an opportunity does that provide? And so we think that banks who collect data, financial institutions that collect data, disaggregate that data to better understand the small businesses is one solution. We also think that it is critically important for financial institutions to actually locate themselves in the communities that have historically been underserved. This is one of the best ways to get to know the individuals who you have not had a chance to serve, maybe have chosen not to serve in the past, but the best way to learn about a community is to be in the community. So we are always advocating for financial institutions to locate, whenever possible, in underserved communities. And when that's not possible, we're asking them to create opportunities to engage, real opportunities to engage, deeply engage with our communities so that, again, they have a better understanding, they can create those relationships, and that, we believe, will lead to the creation of the different lens that can be placed on how to take risk. We think that there are some tools that are out there that can be designed, some policy changes that can be made within financial institutions that, again, will be based on knowing our community members and our small business owners in a new way. And maybe it's less risky than originally thought, because there is a deeper and a better understanding. And then finally, going back to access to capital, really making sure that it is equitable. This is the number one issue that we hear from small business owners by far. They need capital, and they need equitable opportunities to compete for contracts. And so if we can really focus on those solutions, we think that we can really start to see that gap start to close. Businesses will have an opportunity to be successful. They'll have an opportunity to support and strengthen the communities that they anchor. They'll have an opportunity to hire people. Which helps on the workforce side. We know that many small businesses owned by people of color will hire those that many other places won't hire, won't give them an opportunity. Our returning citizens, as an example, young people, as an example. And so let's make them strong and give them the opportunity to be successful. And I think we'll start to find solutions to a number of other quality of life issues that we are also dealing with.
Thank you, Judy. You mentioned the disaggregation of data. And earlier we heard from Patrice Ficklin about the soon-to-be released final rule on 1071, which could be one of the most consequential rules ever released for increasing access to capital for Black-owned businesses. And I would just challenge this room to stand up for that rule when it comes out, because reaction is likely to be swift and loud, and it will not be the people who get denied loans when they walk through the bank doors. I will now move back to my moderator role.
Actually, can I add to that?
Please, Ines.
While we're fighting for that, let's also fight for a new Community Reinvestment Act. Mm-hmm. We are in this unique space, this day, this month, this year, to really revamp that important piece of policy that connects the banking industry, the insurance industry, to the very issues that we're talking about here today. And so if you can't, as a banker, show up in my rural community, then invest in the Hopes, invest in Donna Gambrell's CDFI, invest in Communities Unlimited, because we have access to those customers that Judy has talked about, right? We are there in community and can mobilize those resources. And I want to talk a little bit about the example of the PPP loans that you mentioned. You know, so much of that programming went wrong because it was only in the hands of banks. Mm-hmm. It was when it came to CDFIs that we were able to move that money in rapid succession into rural communities, into communities of color, because we had the relationships there. And so what we need in the Community Reinvestment Act are those teeth that encourage banks to invest in CDFIs, both in terms of grants for capacity building, but also in terms of low interest capital, so that we can then move that capital, whether it's to a water and wastewater system or an entrepreneur.
Thank you, Ines. So we have about 10 minutes left, and so I'm going to move into just closing comments. And so why don't we start with Judy, and we'll just work it back this way. So again, we've talked about solutions, policy solutions, the role of banks. Again, just the things that we need to be thinking, the people in this room need to be fighting for to close the racial wealth gap through whatever means necessary?
I would like to at least frame my comments based on the question that came from, I think it's a law student in the audience, because it is so wonderful to see so many young people here. And I think the question was, what can that one person do? And it's so important to remember that each of us is so powerful. We're so powerful as individuals. We have the ability to do so much more than we give ourselves credit for. And once we are clear as individuals about what our power is to make the changes that we want to see, make the changes that we want for our families and for our communities, thinking about the shoulders that we stand on, but also remembering that we will be a set of shoulders that the future will stand on and rest on and lean on. And so really to think about and be clear about what it is that you can do, and to know that you actually have the power to make the change. If you're clear about what it is that matters to you, being knowledgeable, coming to events like this, reading and listening and talking so that you are aware of what's happening, taking the time to be thoughtful about what it is that you want to see. And again, not ceding your power and thinking that I'm just one person, I can't make a difference, what will my one thought or my one idea or my one set of actions amount to. I say that because as we think about the work that we're doing in Louisiana around the Sea Change Collective, what has made that work so powerful, and I think it's just going to continue to build and to build and to build, is because it is built on collective impact. So it's not just one organization, it's several organizations who have all come together and will continue to come together to support each other and to push forward together around these principles that we know are critical to creating what it is that we want to see. And I would just suggest that not just if you're a student, but every single person in this space, be clear about what it is that you want to see, because once you are, you will attract others to you, and you will be attracted to others who share similar values. And the more that we can come together and form around these ideas of what it is that we want to see for ourselves, for our community, for our families. We've talked about small businesses here today. We've talked about closing the racial wealth gap. It's also about being able to support the work that we want to see, but it's when we come together, when we look for vision, when we look for will, and when we come together around what we believe in, then I think we have the best shot possible to win the future. The only way we're going to win the future is if we're clear about what we want and if we come together and work together in order to make that possible. Thank you again for this chance to be here.
Thank you, Judy. I'm even more inspired. Let me close with two lines of thought. One is, but of course you don't know. As long as I've been in this work, I have never been challenged about the data. There has never been a serious challenge about, Tom or Melvin or Derek or Sandy or any of us doing this stuff. No one has ever said, your methods are horrible. That's not what the Survey of Consumer Finance says. That's not what this study says. And the reason for that is that the data is accurate, but we do get challenged all the time. I can be sitting on an airplane and I'll take out a book or a manuscript and somebody will be looking over the shoulder and saying, oh, that's interesting work. I know why the racial wealth inequality exists. It's because of, and they will start to run the mouth, it's because of those people don't value education, those people can't defer spending, those people this, that, and the other thing. Building into all of the racial tropes that justify racial inequality in the United States. Earlier, several folks mentioned narrative. That's damaging narrative. And that's narrative that has to be confronted. And I'd love to talk to folks about that later, about how some of us and others around the country are attempting to do that with strategic, critical communications and narrative building, community by community. The second line of thought I would like to go, and excuse me, the answers are not brain science. Mm-hmm. They really aren't. We see it in Hope Community Credit Union. We see it in self-help lending to prospective homeowners that financial institutions otherwise wouldn't lend to. We see it in Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative in Boston. We see it all around the country in pilot or demonstration or relatively small forms that are really successful. The part of the equation that's missing, in my view, is power. Is the power to marshal those resources, to move from thin coalitions to deep solidarity that moves us forward and holds up the successful practices and institutional building that is right in our communities right before our eyes. And from where I sit, that's the prime challenge. The prime challenge is not to sit as individuals, but the challenge is to do a kind of networking that helps to build a community and constituency that will define what those solutions are, that will help put them on the ground, enact them, and will fight like hell if somebody tries to take them away. So thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
So I'll add the rural lens here, and I'll pick on my colleague, Dr. Love. Here is an accomplished academician with solid practical skills of working with small businesses who decides to come back to Sardis, Mississippi after a long career in Chicago. That's what we need more of. And so for all of you who come from rural communities, and bring them home. Step into leadership. We need a whole new generation of leaders, and they better be diverse, because otherwise we will never change that narrative. And start a business in that community, right? Step into, become a water operator. This is an industry that is absolutely desperate for young, skilled people. If you want a good paying job in a rural community, become a water operator, because we really don't know what we're going to do in the next generation when we don't have enough of them. But then also think about stepping into and organizing that community. We haven't talked a whole lot about all of the federal money that is coming down the pipe right now. It's going to miss communities that don't have that strong local leadership. And so we're constantly building these leadership teams and looking for the young leaders that can step into this work with us. And I encourage you all of that generation and older, go home, go to your rural community, and really make a difference.
Please join me in thanking a wonderful panel.
Thank you.
We will now transition to our next panel, and I'll invite Andy Anderson, Donna Gambrell, Kiad Burt, and Bill Boyne-Bynum to the stage.
good?
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, is it on? All right, good.
Hey, Joe.
Vaughn, can you hear me?
How you doing?
All right, good. It is still afternoon, and no, it's still morning. Good morning again. I hope everyone is taking away from these conversations information that you can use and take back and apply in your community. We're here really to drive solutions. But as the title of our forum suggests, we are ultimately talking about how do we bank on financial inclusion. And so we're here now we talked about data analysis, we talked about sectors that are critical to driving economic mobility. But as we said earlier, and many of our speakers have suggested, it's ultimately about driving capital and investment into these communities. So let's talk about, as Tom Cruise says, show me the money. These are the folks who hopefully will show us a little bit more about how to get that capital into these communities. And so I'm so honored to be here with dear friends, colleagues who all bring varied experience, but have all committed their lives to the mission of economic inclusion in some of the toughest places in this country. My good friend Donna Gambrell, I've known her for more than a few years. She's worn many hats. I think we first met when she was a regulator in the banking system, and we were trying to open up investment in, I think, focus on CRA, getting more capital into low-income communities. You then later led the CDFI fund at the Treasury Department. You're here today wearing a couple of hats. You come over from the dark side. You're actually running a CDFI that serves communities in Appalachia. And you're also the chair of the African American Alliance of CDFI CEOs. And so thank you for being here, Donna.
Thank you.
My colleague, Kiad Burt, don't let his age fool you. He is a seasoned veteran. He, along with Andy and Donna, have testified before Congress, making sure that policymakers are clear about the challenges that face our communities and what solutions can be implemented to help uplift people in some of the most economically distressed parts of the nation. Kiad is a Jackson State alum, and he is the leader of the Hope Policy Institute. So glad that Kiad is here today, as well as a longtime friend. Andy, I think we've been at this probably almost 4 decades. And it is so good to have a leader from the Delta who can bring the lived experiences of what it takes to strengthen communities. You're a deacon in your church, but you're on so many local boards, but you also take the voices of folks from Rolling Fork and Anguilla to the highest levels of power and influence. You are on the board, you served on the board of American Bankers Association. You are on the board of the Community Development Bankers Association. I think you recently stepped down after 2 terms as chair of the Mississippi Bankers Association. And so you punch well above, I think, the weight of what people expect a good old Delta banker to do. And so thank you for all of you for being here. And again, as I said, while each of you sit in very different places in the financial system, you all dedicate your lives to strengthening communities. And so I'd like to ask each of you to kick us off by just sharing a little bit with the audience about your particular niche in the financial system. And so Donna will we'll start with you.
Great, thank you. And good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here, and so good to see you, Bill. In fact, it's good to see anybody. I felt like I've been a recluse for the last 3 years, and finally have had a chance to get on a plane and travel and meet folks again and be in communities that I so love, but are also facing specific challenges and opportunities as we still continue to navigate through COVID. So a little bit about what I do now, and Bill, thank you. I do wear a lot of hats, as do you. For those of you who don't know, Bill actually served as the chair for the CDFI Fund's Advisory Committee during the time that I was at the CDFI Fund as director. And we got in a lot of good trouble with Michael Barr and others at that time. So it's been a pleasure to see you again and to certainly see all the tremendous work that you and your team at HOPE have done, are doing, continue to do in so many of the communities that need this type of support that is essential to growth and to be able to thrive. So I run a CDFI called Appalachian Community Capital, which is an intermediary CDFI. We're focused on small business lending. I raise capital for my 32 members, and then they in turn make loans to small businesses throughout the Appalachian region, which consists of all of West Virginia and portions of 12 other states, starting at the bottom portion of New York and literally going all the way down to the top portion of Mississippi. We have been in existence for about 10 years. I came on board in 2017 as the second CEO. And what I learned and what I continue to learn is that there are so many myths, certainly about rural communities throughout this country, and certainly myths about the diversity or lack thereof in these communities. There is diversity in rural communities. There is diversity in Appalachia. You have black and brown communities, you have black and brown small businesses, and in many cases what you have is a forgotten region with forgotten people. And so you get the double whammy of trying to address the needs in those rural areas where there are people of color who have been there for generations and are literally left out of the financial mainstream. The other hat that I wear is as board chair of the African American Alliance of CDFI CEOs. We came together in 2018. So this was before the pandemic, and I think it was with the recognition and frankly with the fantastic analysis that HOPE Institute policy, the Policy Institute had been doing in terms of looking at CDFIs, the investments in those CDFIs, and the disparities between CDFIs of color and those that were not, particularly as it related to the types of investments that they were getting, the type of awards that were even coming from the CDFI fund, my old stomping ground, but more importantly, the lack of growth when you compared it to non-minority CDFIs. And so we came together, a small group of us of about 20 black CEOs of CDFIs in Raleigh, North Carolina, and said, what can we do not only to support one another, because we certainly felt in many ways that we were isolated, even in an industry that was focused on economic mobility, focused on economic growth, that we were isolated in that community because we didn't necessarily have the same levers that our counterparts did to actually advance our organizations, to move our organizations to the next level so that we could better serve the communities that we were supporting. From that group of 20, and this included Linwood Long, who's the former CEO of Carolina Small Business Development Fund, Inez Long, no relation, who is the CEO of the Black Business Investment Fund of Florida, and myself, said, well, let's put our heads together. We've talked, we're in a group with smart, crazy smart people. Why can't we figure this out and come together and look at ways in which we can not only support those black-led CDFIs, but to actually grow the organization. So from 2018 to the present, we are now 72 members strong. We are located in serving every state in the union. We are, supporting rural, urban, markets, every corner of certainly the country, large, small, and everything in between in terms of our asset size. But with the idea that we really are focused on three things, and that is to building the capacity of our organizations and really growing even more as community development financial institutions. Building power, and that means really looking at our advocacy role and saying where do we need to be at the table and where do we need to make sure that our policy priorities are heard and acted upon. And then building the coalitions that are necessary across the industry, outside the industry as well. So we are thrilled that we are at this place in time. It is a moment in time, but we know that there's a long road to go, that we still have a lot more to do. Hope has been a tremendous partner and a member in the Alliance as well, and certainly with Bill's leadership, with his insight and all the expertise. And yes, Bill, you are brilliant. You are a genius. I've known you for a long time. It still amazes me, just everything that's coming from you in terms of the needs that have to be met within the communities that we serve.
Thank you. That's too kind. I'll write a check to you later.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Andy, let's talk about Bank of Anguilla's unique niche in the financial system.
Okay. As Bill said earlier, I've been with the bank now a little over 40 years. Doesn't seem that long. And I heard a disclaimer earlier up here, and I would like to also give a disclaimer that I think there's about 70 banks in Mississippi, and out of the 70, there's probably 69 CEOs smarter than me in the state. But I believe in speaking on community banking, and that is the niche that Bank of Anguilla has, and I'm proud to speak on that. Bank of Anguilla was established in 1904, and we're the only bank in the two counties that we serve, which is Sharkey and Issaquah counties. We have 4 offices, all within those 2 counties. Total combined population is only about 5,000 people. That's not many people to continue a bank since 1904. Sharkey County is approximately 71% African American, with over 35% of the population in poverty. Issaquah is 60% African American, with 44% poverty. We have about $190 million in total assets. We received our CDFI certification in 2013, but we've always been a mission-focused bank, and a lot of that comes through our previous leadership. Our former chairman, Fred Miller's in the audience, and he's on the board of Hope, and we've always been like that. In terms of number of loans, we're primarily a consumer lender with 53% of the total number of our loans in consumer loans. We have no minimum dollar amount. We'll make loans for any amount needed. We make a lot of unsecured loans, and I have to say that carefully because my commissioner of banking's in the audience too. But we know our customers, and we know them on a first name basis, and we know their families. And I'm always proud to say, and I preach it to my employees, that every loan, whether it's to a business or to consumer loan or to an ag loan, it all boils down to a person. It all boils down to a soul. And I always say that our bank has a heart and our bank has a soul. Our employees established a charity fund several years ago that they give monthly out of their paychecks, and the bank matches every month whatever's given to that charity fund. And then I have 3 ladies that run that fund, and they decide who gets the money, what needs. It's usually for prescriptions or medical help for people in the area or for funerals. Crop production loans subsidize our financial inclusion activities. However, with population declining and no jobs, no factories, core earnings for Bank of Anguilla have decreased through the years, so being a CDFI is very important to the bank for us to be able to continue these activities. We don't have the efficiencies of economies of scale that so many of these larger banks have. You know, our plight is not different than many other rural counties in Mississippi or communities in Mississippi, and it gets harder for Bank of Anguilla, just like many small community banks, to survive in this time. But if we fail, if Bank of Anguilla fails, our community perishes because our customers will lose access to basic financial services. Other banks or some other lenders, they don't understand what a character loan is. That's what we make, are character loans. Again, we know our customers. We make a few home loans. We keep those home loans in portfolio. We don't sell a single home loan. We don't use credit scores. Most of our customers wouldn't qualify if you use a credit score. So we're very rural, as I said. We're very poor, but we make the loans and we try and keep our communities alive. We had, just a quick example, I had I say young African-American man, he's probably 45 years old. To me, that's young now. And he lives in Dallas now and wants to buy a bank and operate it in a poor area. He wants to see what he can do to give back because he grew up poor. And so he was told to come to Bank of Anguilla and see how our bank operates in an area like we do. Never met this man before. He'd never been to Anguilla. He came. He spent all day, and he was just amazed and overjoyed about what he saw, and he actually left in tears when he left our bank that afternoon to go back to Dallas. So I'm proud of our bank. I'm proud of Mississippi banks. I'm happy for what the CDFI Fund has been given us the ability to do, and I think it's very important because I think, and our bank thinks financial inclusion and mobility is extremely important.
Thank you, Andy. It reminds me, I love holidays because it gives me opportunity to watch It's a Wonderful Life and, Bailey Savings and Loan. So what you're talking about, I think, is where banking started. We're obviously moved in very different directions, and different banks, different financial institutions approach their communities in different ways, but it's clear that you know your customers, you know your communities, and I think that helps to close the gap, keep the gap from widening. Kiad, Hope is a different type of organization. We are in 5 states. Can you share a bit about what is Hope, and where we fit in the financial system?
Sure thing, Bill. So just really quickly, I'm going to do another introduction. My name is Kiad Burt, Vice President of Policy and Advocacy and Interim Director of Hope Policy Institute. As Bill just mentioned, Hope is a consortium of institutions and organizations that is a policy institute, a credit union, and a loan fund. And together we have worked as one entity since 1994 to increase financial inclusion in the most vulnerable communities in the Deep South. Those are the Deep South states of Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Now, what makes Hope unique is not just our legal arrangement, like this loan fund, the credit union, the policy institute. It's also the area in which we find our mission and our purpose. Hope works in a region, the Deep South, that has historically been characterized and marred by slavery, genocide, racial degradation, and economic exclusion. And to that end, we see correlated in many of these communities deep poverty. We like to characterize this deep poverty as persistent poverty. That is, any county that has a poverty rate of at least 20% for the past 30 years. And what you'll find that in the Deep South, a third of these persistent poverty counties, that's 476 in the entire nation, are located in our region. That's a third. And with these persistent poverty communities, you see various acute challenges. And I'm the data guy, so I'm hit you over the head with the numbers. 1/3 of persistent poverty counties have unemployment rates 1.5 times that of the national average. Okay, 42% of persistent poverty counties have experienced a health drinking water violation, which is 5 percentage points higher than that of the national average. And of the 158 counties that have a underbanked to unbanked rate 1.5 times greater than the national average, 3/4 of those, 75% of those are persistent poverty counties. And so when we think about the work that we do, is really trying to figure out how do we combat these institutional challenges? How do we meet, as many others have said today, the communities that we serve, where they are in the vein of what they need? And so Hope takes this approach, very strategic and collaborative approach, but first starts with our representation and our makeup. 3/4 of Hope's members are people of color. and not just our members, but also our management and staff. As you all can see, Bill is clearly a person of color, so it's not just our CEO, but it's also our management and our board of directors. But it's also where we choose to place branches, okay? 1/3 of our branches are actually located in persistent poverty counties. 1 out of 5 are located in the Delta, with 3 of those cities being in which we're the only financial institution in those cities, okay? So in thinking about how we choose to meet the needs, we want to go where they are. But it's also not about our location. It's also about the products and the services that we provide. We manually underwrite a lot of our in-house loans. We also provide mortgage loans where people are in need. For example, we don't consider credit scores. We also take a look at deferring their student loan debt, or rather putting it aside to say, how do we calculate a debt-to-income ratio that would allow people to become first-time home buyers. We have collaborative partnerships with Wells Fargo and through a Neighborhood Lift program, in which we actually provide down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and people of color. And I'd like to say, even in our own in-house mortgage product, 86% of that product is to first-time home buyers. 90% are to people of color. And so again, in thinking about how we do our work, is really meeting the community where they are and providing products and services that meet the needs that they already have. So I'll stop there and share some of the more specific examples for further questions.
Thank you, Kiad. Andy, I'm going to go back to you. You mentioned that Fred Miller is on Hope's board. He's been on our board. He's helped guide our organization for a long time. I think the relationship that we have with Bank of Anguilla is unique. Fortunately, we've had partnerships with, more than 40 banks across our region, selling mortgages to Hope when we invested in Hope. In Bank of Anguilla's case, you've invested in us. You made loans to us before when we needed capital to help invest in the communities that we serve. I want to unpack why you see these kind of partnerships as important, and what are some of the other things that you're doing to drive capital into underserved communities in the Mississippi Delta?
Sure. The partnership has worked out well for us. Capital is so important in the Mississippi Delta, and it's hard to raise it from within the Delta. In our area, we have no factories in either 2 counties that we serve. There are no factories. We've had, believe it or not, we had in our town of 5,000, we had a person come in and we financed a person of color to be a physical therapist in our little community. And that's important to get businesses here. And we use being a CDFI to help bring that capital into our area. We use it because we make so many consumer loans that when you make those small consumer loans, you also have high number of charge-offs. When you make, to increase home ownership, you take risks when you're in our 2 counties. When you take, and we make home loans. When you make business loans, you take risks. But it's important to take risks. It's important to take chances. And we get that boost from being a CDFI to bring that capital into our area. The ESIP program helped us out tremendously. We needed that capital. We were approved for the capital, and that has helped to raise our capital ratios. The Bank Enterprise Awards has helped us out. I think the more partnerships we can form, the more we can work together with the credit unions, with other CDFI banks in Mississippi, and with other banks that aren't CDFIs, and raise awareness of what is needed in our area, that's important. I would like to see, I don't know if it will ever happen, but I would love to see the banks in Mississippi and the credit unions that are CDFIs come together in a room like this. And let's discuss the problems together. Let's sit here and let's see what we can do together and bring the capital into Mississippi. I think so often, and when we're in D.C., banks have fighting the credit unions, and the credit unions are fighting the banks, or we're fighting somebody else, that it's all for one goal, and that's to bring our level up. Let's bring everything up. So I think it'd be a good idea if we all concentrated on working together. And I would just issue a challenge to everybody that's in the room today. Let's do that. And we can make Mississippi better, and we can make the Mississippi Delta better too. I think.
Thank you, Andy. I will back you up in that. So let's try to make it happen.
Okay.
Donna, I asked you to wear your Alliance for African American CEOs hat, CDFI CEOs hat, and share some of the strategies that AAA is pursuing to try to drive more capital into financial deserts.
Yeah, I certainly will. And I just wanted to comment on Andy's remarks as well. When you have folks in that room, Andy, it's the banks, the credit unions, and how about the nonprofit loan funds as well? I think there's an opportunity for even greater collaboration among all those sectors. Yeah. Very important. And so when we look at the Alliance and the work that we're doing, Bill, there are a couple of things that are of high priority for us right now. I will tell you that for us, it's not just the economic justice that's at the top of our list, but environmental justice as well. And so, and as had mentioned, the tremendous amount of federal resources that are coming in out of the administration. And I think the real deep concern about where those funds are actually going, who's going to be administering or controlling those funds, and the Alliance is very much focused on the greenhouse gas reduction fund that was authorized by the Inflation Reduction Act. And so we have been working diligently to make sure not only that our voices are heard, but that funding is going to those organizations that are in the communities of color, that the organizations themselves, led by people of color, or those organizations that are serving predominantly communities of color, are also at the table receiving those funds. To do that, though, you can't go it alone, and I think that's what the Alliance has long understood. And so they've formed a coalition, led a coalition now that's called the Community Builders of Color Coalition. They're working to ensure that Black and brown CDFIs, minority lending institutions, community economic development organizations are all positioned to help small businesses and underserved communities through the funding that's coming out of the administration. And so you look at this coalition, and it is extraordinary in terms of who's actually working with the Alliance at this point. It's the National Bankers Association. It's the National Association for Latino Community Builders, the National Coalition for Asian Pacific Americans in Community Development, AWISTA, Prosperity Now, the Native CDFI Network, Inclusive, which is the Trade Association for Credit Unions, the Chisholm Legacy Project, National Urban League, and the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce have all come together to advocate on behalf of the communities that they serve. And that's not only in Washington, advocating in Washington, but also advocating at the state and local levels as well, because it is really so important. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for so many organizations that have long been left out of the funding that has come or that was tagged specifically for certain communities that never got there. So that's some of the work that we're doing. The other effort that we're focused on is actually building internally an organization that we hope will be a CDFI at some point. And so really building and working with investors and funders to build a Black Renaissance Fund. That funding will be primarily capital, low-cost capital that will be provided to members. Because again, one of the things that we found is that when you try to serve your community, what our organizations were facing were some of the same challenges that communities were facing themselves. There was a lack of capital, affordable capital, a lack of grants, a lack of resources, a lack of technology. So we said, don't forget that in this continuum, as you talk about serving communities, you have to look at those community providers as well. And if those organizations are not healthy, if they're not growing, if they don't have the resources, then it becomes even harder to serve the community. So we've been very much focused on that as a way to drive additional capital, not only through our members, but drive that capital in the communities that we serve as well. And I could probably go on, but it really is about, what do we need to do to position ourselves as an alliance, a nonprofit organization, to make sure that resources are coming into those communities that are most in need and are hard hit.
Thank you. And I hear a theme both from you and from Andy, and we certainly believe in a hope that you've got to bring groups together and to amplify the voices, not of our institutions, but of the communities that we serve. People in the Delta, unfortunately, don't have the relationships, the social capital that John Friedman talked about earlier, and so it's incumbent on us to bring their voices into rooms that are making decisions. And quite honestly, I think few people do it as effectively as Kiad and his colleagues at the Policy Institute. You shared how some of their data helped inform some of the work that AAA is doing. And Kiad, if you would share an example or two of where you've taken data from our communities and from our colleagues at Hope and how that's influenced resources at the national level.
I mean, there are really many examples, but the first that come to mind really revolve around small business lending and access to capital with the Paycheck Protection Program. And if I may, I want to take some time to think about the sheer unprecedented amount of capital we have flowing through at least towards our communities post-COVID and post-George Floyd, is that with the Paycheck Protection Program, we're talking $800 billion that was directed to Main Street America, but because it was funneled through a financial service system that was already predicated on the exclusion of many black and brown borrowers, they were simply at the onset of the program excluded from accessing the first round of funding. I mean, you have to remember that the largest number of SBA lenders to participate in the program are banks. The Federal Reserve actually showed a survey in 2020 that in the 5 years leading up to 2020, 75% of white businesses had a relationship with a bank, as compared to, I want to say about a third of black-owned businesses have a relationship with a bank. And so some of the stories that we heard from our experience as a PPP lender, but that many black borrowers simply were denied access to PPP in the first and second round. As a matter of fact, we did a survey of our PPP borrowers, and we found that 50% of PPP borrowers would have shuttered if they had not gotten access to PPP through Hope Credit Union. Relatedly, 33% said that they were already turned down by a previous bank before coming to Hope to get access to a paycheck protection loan. So when we think about the importance of a community development financial institution, CDFI, or a minority depository institution, MDI, it's really being the wedge in the middle, really bridging the gap of access from communities that otherwise would not have it, and then this sheer amount of unprecedented capital that's supposed to be flowing to our communities. Related to that is thinking about all these other federal opportunities that are available now, in which we work, Bill, to make sure that our communities that we represent get access to that. One example is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, in which there's going to be $27 billion flowing to communities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and make developments on a house to be more energy efficient. Another example is thinking about the State Small Business Credit Initiative, which has the opportunity to be quite better than the Paycheck Protection Program. It's a $10 billion program administered by the Department of Treasury. But our fight, at least in that particular program, like many others, is at the state level, making sure the state development financing agencies ensure that not only do small businesses and communities of color get access to these funds, but also the communities that serve them get the appropriate financing in terms they need to not only be sustainable, but to be well positioned to continue this work long after the program ends. And so another example in the ways in which we take consumer or borrower stories and that helps aid our policy developers and advocacy on Congress and in state legislatures is currently thinking about the ways in which inflation and the rising cost of living impact their ability to be solvent, their ability to to make ends meet, we frequently survey our subject matter experts who have the front-facing experience with our members and communities. And we've heard stories on the retail side of one borrower in Memphis. He's a black grandfather who came out of retirement to work 2 jobs and still came to Hope for a loan to buy Pampers. We just got this information a month ago, right? And so we're working with him to get him access and capital to make ends meet for Pampers. There's another story of a black woman child care operator on the coast of Mississippi, Biloxi, who had to reduce her services this year to make ends meet. Again, she came in asking for a loan to help cover wages for her employees, but yet and still had to reduce services to keep her overhead manageable. And so what we're seeing is that even now our communities are suffering and struggling through the post-pandemic effects, and yet and still we take these stories and we go to Congress and we go to our peer institutions and say, how do we work together to bridge the gap? And then thinking about small business, even looking at the Delta or these persistent poverty communities, much of what the data shows really boils down to the fact that our communities need affordable capital, particularly thinking about the ways in which we can collaborate to bridge upfront costs, right? Here's something we probably all know is that when these CARES Act monies or these federal dollars come down for disaster relief, it's often in the model of reimbursement. But for many small towns, municipalities, and just small businesses, what money do they have up front to expend? You cannot be reimbursed for money you don't have to spend. And so we work, for example, very closely with municipalities in the Black Belt of Alabama to create a product to bridge that gap for them to access CARES Act money. So these are some of the stories that have bubbled up from our community and our engagement to say that, CDFIs with a strong track record of lending to these underserved populations and MDIs are important and necessary for us in bridging the gap, and really underscores the impact of financial inclusion. Because financial inclusion is just not about having access to a checking and a savings account. It's about having access to the relationship, right? It's the economic interconnectedness that allows you to be aware of what's happening at the federal and state level, but also to understand that you, your community, the people that you represent have purpose and have the ability to materialize the economic dreams that you all desire. So that's a bit about what we do and how we do it.
Bill,
Bill, if I may, Kiat talked about the issues and the challenges with the reimbursement piece, even the matching grant piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, again, communities simply do not have the money to do one-to-one matches on grants, and so it's always just a challenge, I think, even when you see that there is an infusion of capital coming into a community. If a community has to raise the same amount of money for that grant that they're getting, it's almost impossible for them to do that, and money's left on the table.
Andy.
and you mentioned knowing what's there in our state and national levels, the education part of it, et cetera. In a small community bank like ours, we've got 32 employees, small, but due to retirements, I've hired 22 of our 32 within the last 5 years. Huge turnover in the bank, mainly because of retirements. So we're having to talk to these new employees about culture and about what's out there and about the CDFI fund. And we send every new employee to the School of Banking at the University of Mississippi. Everyone goes to. The last 6 hires I've made, 4 were persons of color. Every one of these will go to the School of Banking, will graduate from that. When they graduate, they go to Washington, D.C., spend about 4 days. They go see our congressional delegation, our senators, and they go to the Emerging Leaders Forum for bankers in D.C., and that way they have knowledge of what goes on in D.C. They learn about the laws and the regulations, and they learn about the CDFI fund. And I think that's important that as we bring in, you're talking about, putting people together. It puts these people that we hire in our little bank together with people from all over the nation. And I think that helps, and it gets them trained as they wait on our customers in our area.
No, that's exciting, and I just hear a lot of connection with some of the themes that have been shared earlier about connectedness and the cohesion. we said that we talked about the billions and billions and billions in federal investment that are now being made to get the economy back on track and to close gaps. We've seen over the years during crisis how unless there's intentional efforts to make sure that those resources get to the communities that are disproportionately lacking, that the funds will flow like water to the easiest places. And easiest places are not the Deltas, not the Black Belt, it's not communities of color. And so what are some of the things that your institutions, that a Delta Bank, that an organization of CDFI CEOs, that an entity like Hope can do, will do to try to make sure that these amazing levels of resources get to the communities that need it most? And are there things that policymakers should be doing to help make that happen more effectively? Andy, I'll start with you.
Sure. As far as policymakers, too often there's a big disconnect between Washington, D.C. and the Mississippi Delta. A lot of the people that make the rules or oversee the rules don't understand what it's like to grow up poor. Well, they don't understand what it's like to exist in a rural environment. A lot of them think that there's a Starbucks around every corner. I have to go an hour and a half for Starbucks cup of coffee if I want one. You know, a lot of people don't understand $20,000 home loans. A lot of the policymakers don't understand $10,000 car loans or $5,000 car loans. A lot of the policymakers don't understand $100 loans for electricity or you know, you were telling some stories, and I've got, you know, just as many for the loans that will break your heart. And it's important that these monies come down. In small town America, we make loans just for the basic necessities of life. It's not for big, huge investments. It's for your daily cost of living, and so many people don't understand that. And to me, that is what is so important. And I hope that our policymakers in D.C. recognize that. I think when we get these monies, it's important for us as bankers. You know, with our staff, with the new staff, it's hard for our bankers and our people with all the education they've got going on for themselves to know all that's available out there for our customers. So it's important that we educate, those of us that's been around a while, to educate our supervisors, our mayors in our towns. It's like Donna was talking about, and others, bringing people together. It's important reporting. You know, so much of this requires reporting to show what you're doing with your grants. That is very important to make sure that it's going to the right place. And it's finally, morally, again, it's the right thing to do. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to make sure that this money that's coming down to help our counties goes into the right hands, and it helps the people that we want to help and that needs help. I mean, y'all know the Mississippi has a long history of segregation, of bad times. The Mississippi Delta, probably some of the worst. But hopefully, times are changing. Hopefully, with gatherings like this, eyes are open. Hopefully, through the laws that are passed in Congress that are trying to stop this, but hopefully there is a change coming through America and through the banking system, and we can make changes. They're needed.
I'll hop in and say, you know, this question reminds me of a quote by Frederick Douglass, where he says, power conceives nothing without a demand. And it also reminds me of what Malcolm X and what Kwame Ture would say. Malcolm would say, if he were here as he did then, it's not that we're outnumbered, we're out organized. And Kwame would have said the same thing, is we have many mobilizers but few organizers. And so in thinking about how do we apply pressure on our political institutions to ensure that they do right by those that need greater capital access and access to financial services, it's around accountability and transparency, right? If we had, let's say, Section 1071 would have came out before COVID, right, or before the Paycheck Protection Program, we would have seen more clearly the rate of discrimination that many black-owned businesses and business of color faced, right? Or say we had a stronger Community Reinvestment Act, how then would we be able to substantiate the claims of exploitation and denials by homeowners and small business owners, right? So the idea is to say if we get better data, we can get better arguments. And these arguments are not being pulled from the sky. They're coming from long experiences and histories of being excluded and exploited. And so to me, we get better at advocacy when we have better data. And then the second point is accountability. The reality is we won't achieve a greater America if we don't have a greater Mississippi. Like the future of America literally rests with the future of black folks and brown folks and other folks of color. And so really keeping the argument around inclusion, around the argument of history. Like the reality is we can only go so far individually, we'll go so much farther together. And so really tying into the future of America to the future of, let's say, the Deep South or these other persistent poverty communities is important. And again, just to make this distinction, or rather comparison, it's not just the communities that we serve, it's the institutions that serve them. Although CDFIs with a strong track record and MDIs have been doing this deep work, an example, in Louisiana, CDFIs deployed 7 times more PPP loans than the 5 largest banks in the country. That's amazing. That's impressive. And yet we found, Donald, that CDFI fund awardees, so even in those that got awards from the CDFI fund and were certified, had less wealth at the median, less capital assets than white-led CDFIs. So they do more impact with less resources. No way could that be sustainable. And so in thinking about how we are all responsible for the outcomes of the financial service system, because it shouldn't just be Hope and Communities Unlimited and Fahi and other partners in the region and the country doing the deep work for the communities that look like us. It should be everybody. Mm-hmm. And so finding policy and pushing policy levers to make sure that that's the case when you have so much money coming down. It's not just PPP or SSBCI, it is EPA, it is broadband, right? It is money that could come down for down payment assistance too. So just making sure that these monies are accountable to communities that we don't want to see left out. Mm-hmm. Because again, Inez mentioned, what will we do for utilities or water services and management? So it's a real question that we need to answer, but I do think between accountability and transparency, that should get us in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. And it means that all of us then have to say that we are community activists. Mm-hmm. That we can't sit back and say somebody else will do that. That we all have to say it's our responsibility to do as much as we can at the community level, whether it's local, state, federal, philanthropy, nonprofit, private sector, public sector, that we all have a responsibility to take action on this. The last panel, Judy talked about people having the will. It is the will, but it's also looking at policy and changing that policy so that the practices are eradicated to allow for that change to happen. And I think it does start at looking at those policies. It's what Inez has talked about, people deciding that this is my community and I'm going to come back and I'm going to be in making sure that I'm in specific positions in this community, that making decisions that has the power to really make change within that community itself. But that means all of us have to then make that commitment to say we will do as much as we can. And even though if it feels like a little, it's a lot. It's a lot to move forward, to be able to say that we are going to actually take the action that's necessary for that change to happen.
So we have here today the head of the Mississippi Banking Commission. You've got the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. You've got the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta and the top bank cop in the country. What advice, what would you ask them to do to help make sure that financial inclusion occurs in the Mississippi Delta, in Appalachia, across the Deep South? And is there anything that you would, you've got the ear, what advice do you?
My advice would be to get involved. My advice would be to listen to the CDFIs. My advice would be to listen to the stories that Hope was just talking about of how what we do affects just the daily lives of people. Because if people like Hope, people like Donna, people like Bank of Anguilla no longer exist, think of what our country will look like in the future. You know, to me, we're the heartbeat of America. We help our communities, and we operate in communities that are difficult. It's hard for us to even exist in them sometimes. But we are changing, and we are trying really hard, and it gets difficult sometimes with some of the laws that do come down for small banks. I'm speaking on behalf of small banks here. It does get hard for us to do our mission. I'm proud of our bank. I said it too many times, I know, in what we do. But, even us, we're changing I hope to be retired in 4 years. I've told my board that. I'm getting old and I'm getting tired. And but in 3 years, you're looking at a bank that was formed in the Mississippi Delta in 1904. Most likely, the CEO will be a woman, and two of our top 3 will be women running our bank, with one person of color running our bank in the Mississippi Delta. And so change comes about, but we've got to be proactive in it, and we can use y'all listening to our stories and helping us out.
Yeah, and I'll add and say, Dr. Wiggins mentioned this earlier. So often when we talk about the challenges of the Deep South, per se, we use a deficit framing. But I would say whatever your area of influence and whatever tools you have available to make change, think about this Deep South as an area of opportunity. Shout out to Opportunity Insights, right? Like, you think about how, sure, we have these challenges, but this is an opportunity to make history in a positive way, right? Where you see that, sure, we've come from so many years of, again, economic exploitation and degradation, but that doesn't have to be tomorrow. Where today, with this Economic Mobility Forum, we could use this as a launch pad to say, I'm going to make change in my community. And I'm going to do it by including these voices in the Deep South. And the Policy Institute has 3 goals, and that's to increase financial inclusion, financial investment, and amplify the voices of the Deep South. That's the bedrock of our success, is putting our members and our communities at the forefront of our policy and advocacy. And so they really steer the ship. I mean, we are a credit union, so we're a cooperative model. Our consumers, our clients are also members, but that could be the case in your own organization. How do you put this population in power? Because, they're the most in need. That seems like good policy to me, right? And so I think that, regardless of where you can go or what you're responsible for, is increasing consumer protections, increasing investment, and increasing and amplifying the voices of those that need to be heard the most.
Thank you. Donna, now you've been on the policy-making inside. Now you're in the seat of CDFI CEO.
Yeah.
What's your advice?
Well, if I could wave that magic wand, Bill, we live in a capitalist society. That's not going to change anytime soon, I don't think. This is where we live. This is where we will be. And I've often listened to people who say, oh, if you just work hard and, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, that will put you on a great road to success. But what happens if you don't, again, John Lewis said, what happens if you don't have the bootstraps? And when you look at a ladder, what happens if there are no rungs to the ladder, if you don't have a ladder at all? And so I would say, I think, in many ways, we need to look clearly at the folks that you mentioned, Bill, as people who may be able to pull those right levers as well. If I had my choice, I would say clearly CRA is of great importance to me. I mean, I was around not too long after CRA was first instituted, and it was always focused, of course, on the income piece. But we knew that it was also about the racial piece as well, that was never incorporated into that regulation. I think now is an opportunity to say, we recognize, yes, that when you look at all the challenges that communities face in this country, it is about income, it's about geography, and yes, it also is about race. And so how do we right-size something like the Community Reinvestment Act to ensure that there's greater equity in terms of how communities are being treated? I think that there's great opportunity to look at consumer protection laws and consumer finance and how we finance those consumers. When we talk about turn downs and rejections, the fact that 3 times, black entrepreneurs and brown entrepreneurs are oftentimes turned down 3 times more. Many have said we won't even go to an institution because we don't want to be turned down. What does it mean for somebody to be told yes, and that yes happens to be a high-cost lender or a predatory lender, but it's the first time they've ever had to, that they've heard those words before? I tell this story often. You've heard the story from me, Bill, that I grew up in a household where my father never had a checking account or a savings account. He never went into a bank to start a banking relationship because he was afraid of being told, no, we can't serve you. And so we grew up, and I don't know how I ended up where I ended up because I had no idea how to balance a checkbook, how to open up a bank account, or any of that. But what I did realize when you talk about financial inclusion is that it does take the right products and services. You have to have the right tools in place to meet the needs of communities and populations. You have to have the right policies in place that will eradicate the practices that have been longstanding in this country for generation upon generation. And then you have to have the ability to have that economic mobility so that people can move from one place to another within within their income strata or outside that income strata, to move up the ladder, if you will. And so I think, again, it's really incumbent upon all of us to look for ways in which we can pull the right levers to make that happen.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. I think we're at the end of our time. I have to say, though, I leave here wanting to hear more from you, and I'm inspired by the commitment that each of you have to make your communities better and the work you're doing to make this country better. I think we also often talk about ask whether this is a moment or a movement. I think with folks like you sitting in the seats that you're sitting in, I'm confident that it is more than a moment. And thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
I think someone will give us directions. I know we have food. I'm hungry, by the way.
All right, so lunch is in the back. We have box lunches. I'm going to ask all of us to just grab a box, come back to our table. We have about 30 minutes before Governor Barr gives the keynote remarks. There will be a networking reception at 2 p.m. when we conclude. It is not on the agenda, but I just wanted to share that so everyone knows there'll be time to connect, to speak with our speakers, and to make connections and those types of things. So grab lunch, come back to the tables. At 1 o'clock, we'll be here to hear Governor Barr's remarks. Thank you.
Scott.
Good afternoon, everyone. We invite you to continue finishing your lunch. We will begin our program again in about 5 minutes. afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Just in case anyone in the building is driving a Chevrolet Impala, Tennessee tags BFZ 0279, you may want to move your car. It may be getting towed if you don't. Again, it's a Chevy Impala, dark colored, Tennessee tags BFZ 0279. It's parked just outside the building with some traffic cones in the area. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hope CEO Bill Bynum.
Thank you everyone again for sharing the day with us. It is one of the high points of my nearly 40 years of working in the field of community development and social justice to have the opportunity to welcome my good friend, Vice Chair Michael Barr, back to Mississippi. When I first met Governor Barr, we were both much younger. We had a lot less experience, but it was very clear to me then, as it is even more now, that Michael was someone who had a heart that was dedicated to making the world a better place. He was a young advisor to Secretary Rubin, I think at that time, Treasury Secretary Rubin, during the Clinton administration. And we spent time on the floors and in offices of office buildings in Washington working on this crazy idea to inject private investment into communities like the Mississippi Delta. And one of the ways that got off the ground was by organizing a tour around the country that brought then President Clinton to Clarksdale, Mississippi. And Michael was deep in the weeds of organizing that. Later, I got to continue to work with him during his time in the Obama Treasury Department. We were in Little Rock, I think, and I was walking down the street and someone reached out, and it was Michael, and we ended up having dinner that night. And the next thing I know, I'm being invited by the dean of the Gerald Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan to teach a graduate class about community development in places like the Deep South. And I am deeply honored to introduce him today. I've had the privilege of introducing then two sitting vice presidents, one who is now the president of the United States. I've introduced governors, I've introduced cabinet secretaries, but it's difficult to do justice to someone who I've known and respect as much as Michael, as I've seen roll up his sleeves in every role that he's been in, toward a goal of improving the lives of people who are disproportionately on the outside looking in. He's, as I said, played a pivotal role in so many things that has made his country better. The New Markets Tax Credit Program. He was one of the architects of Dodd-Frank and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And I don't think we could be in a better place at this point in time when so many people are focused on financial inclusion and opening opportunities in the nation, than to have Governor Michael Barr as the Vice Chair for Supervision at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Governor Barr, thank you for being here with us. Please welcome Governor Barr to the stage.
Thanks so much, Bill, for that incredibly warm introduction. I want to thank Hope and Jackson State University for inviting me to speak today. It is good to be back in Mississippi. It's just a wonderful formative experience, as Bill was describing for me, for you just a few moments ago. It's Black History Month, and I feel privileged to be at this great historically Black university, speaking on a topic of such vital importance to our country. As Bill described to you, I made my first trip to this state as a government official a quarter century ago to Clarksdale, Mississippi. I remember it was a sweltering July day, and we visited a local cabinet manufacturer with Bill Bynum, who, in my judgment, is one of the heroes of the economic justice movement. The company had received financing from Hope, which was then known as the Enterprise Corporation of the Delta. On that hot day, President Clinton called on banks to do more to meet the needs of their communities, to do more under a revamped Community Reinvestment Act, or CRA, and to help set up or support community development financial institutions, or CDFIs, such as Hope, partnering with the newly created CDFI fund at the Treasury Department, which had launched just a few years before. We were in Mississippi to highlight the need for the New Markets Tax Credit, a new initiative to provide tax credits to individuals and corporations for making equity investments in community development entities in places such as the Mississippi Delta. This, in turn, would help establish and grow local businesses, create jobs, increase local purchasing power, and generate more local investment opportunities. Congress enacted the New Markets Credit in December 2000 with broad bipartisan support. Since its inception, CDFIs and CDEs have used the program to support a wide array of job-creating businesses that increase local access to goods and services, as well as to increase the availability of important community infrastructure, such as rural hospitals and the kind of water infrastructure that we heard about earlier today. To date, the New Markets Tax Credit has awarded over $71 billion, which translates, among other things, into 857,000 jobs and almost 239 million square feet of commercial real estate. In addition, the CDFI fund has awarded more than $5.5 billion in grants and guaranteed over $2 billion in bonds. These programs and others like them also enable CDFIs to increase access to financial services in underserved communities, which can lead to opportunity and greater economic mobility. This morning, we heard insightful discussions about economic mobility in the Deep South, including how to create ladders of economic opportunity and the important role that access to financial services plays in economic mobility. We all have an interest in promoting a vibrant economy, as well as resilient families and communities. In such an economy, people would have access to credit on fair and equal terms to build a secure financial foundation. Yet despite widespread acceptance of this idea, we have a long way to go in making it a reality, particularly for Black households. I'm going to speak to three drivers of this disparity and three ways that the financial service community could work together to address them. First, there are significant and troubling disparities in lending outcomes for Black individuals and businesses relative to others. While research suggests that progress has been made in addressing racial discrimination in mortgage lending, regulators continue to find evidence of redlining and pricing discrimination in mortgage lending at individual institutions. Recent research on auto lending data indicates that racial bias may lead to higher rates for Blacks on financing to purchase cars. Another recent study finds that automating decisions reduce disparities in lending to Black-owned businesses in the Paycheck Protection Program, suggesting persistence of discrimination in that market. And the Federal Reserve's survey of small business credit has found that over many years, Black-owned businesses reported more significant credit access challenges, including feeling discouraged from even applying for credit, being denied credit, and being approved for less than the amount they originally applied for compared to other business owners. Compounding these challenges is the racial wealth gap that we've heard all about this morning. Federal Reserve data from 2019 show that white families had about 8 times the wealth of Black families. White families had a median wealth of approximately $188,000 compared to $24,000 for Black families. Lower levels of wealth make it difficult for people of color to finance a down payment for a home, invest in education, or establish a small business, all central to the American dream. These low levels of wealth also make it difficult for Black families to weather emergencies, such as job loss, or pay for unexpected expenses, which can lead to eviction, repossession of vehicles, and other devastating consequences. And there are more broadly disparities in financial services. While there has been significant progress over the last 25 years in expanding access to banking services, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation's most recent annual survey of the unbanked and underbanked found that the unbanked rate for Black households was 11.3%, compared to just 2.1% for white households. The unbanked rate for Black households in Mississippi was more than double the national average for Black households, 23.2%. Lacking a bank account can present challenges for saving, leading to the same insecurities I noted above, and lead to reliance on expensive alternative products. In addition to higher unbanked rates, only 48.8% of Black households nationally had a credit card, compared to 78.1% of white households. Credit card ownership rates were even lower in Mississippi, at 28.4% for Black households, compared to 64.5% for white households. A credit card not only provides a buffer for unexpected expenses, it also allows individuals to accrue credit history, central to accessing credit in the future. Now, let me turn to some ways to make progress. I'll set out 3 areas in which financial institutions and regulators should do their part to address these issues, although the issues are complex and multifaceted, and there are no easy solutions. First, eradicate discrimination in lending and other financial services, and protect consumers from other unfair, deceptive, and abusive practices. It's incumbent on financial institutions to devote resources to stamp out these practices, and on regulators to reinforce the importance of this goal through supervision and enforcement. Second, look for opportunities to support a vibrant and thriving economy for the benefit of everyone. This means seeking out opportunities to invest in low and moderate income communities, small businesses, and community infrastructure. Third, develop products and services that can help people save and build wealth. I'll start with the first one, our collective responsibility for eradicating discrimination in underwriting, lending, and other aspects of financial services. For most of our country's history, the United States government and many state and local governments, as well as many private individuals, corporations, and organizations, did not merely fail to protect minorities from discrimination, they actively reinforced segregation, entrenched inequality, and enforced unequal policies, including through brutal violence. The civil rights movement brought about changes in public opinion and in law. Discrimination in housing and lending became illegal in 1968 and 1974, respectively, through the passage of the Fair Housing Act and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Congress passed laws such as the Community Reinvestment Act of 1977 to remediate redlining. But history casts a long shadow. How can we, both banks and regulators, understand and address these problems where they persist? To start, there are some areas where we need better data. For example, as you heard earlier this morning, small business lending data required by Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Act, once implemented, will provide tangible insights into the availability and pricing of credit for minority small businesses. Banks should also actively analyze their own data to identify areas where racial disparities occur. On-the-ground testing, including techniques such as mystery shopping, may also help to identify discriminatory practices. And to the extent that a bank uses artificial intelligence or algorithmic systems in making lending decisions, they should review the underlying models, such as their credit scoring and underwriting systems, as well as their marketing and loan servicing activities, just as they should for more traditional models. Racial bias in the residential real estate market has long been noted as a source of concern. In January, the Federal Financial Institutions Examination Council's Appraisal Subcommittee held a public hearing on appraisal bias in the residential real estate market. I look forward to working with my fellow regulators to help ensure that individuals are treated equally in the appraisal process, regardless of their race or the racial composition of their neighborhood. The Federal Reserve and our fellow regulators have a clear responsibility to use our supervisory and enforcement tools. All firms have a responsibility to operate in a manner consistent with safety and soundness and in compliance with laws and regulations, including those related to consumer protection. Congress provided regulators with supervisory and enforcement tools to help ensure that the supervised firms resolve consumer protection weaknesses, as well as the more pervasive risk management issues that often lead to these weaknesses. We have a close working relationship with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and our other regulators, and integrate other regulators' consumer-focused reviews, such as examinations for unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts or practices, as well as fair lending, into our assessments of bank holding companies, including in the context of applications for mergers and acquisitions. Such collaboration is critical to ensure a level playing field and strong consumer protection enforcement. More generally, there is another obvious reason for banks to do all they can to eradicate discrimination in lending. It is simply good business. Ensuring that all would-be borrowers are treated equally means more customers, more loans, and better returns for banks. But even if we address current discriminatory practices, we're still left with the legacy of discrimination and redlining, which helped perpetuate economically depressed Black neighborhoods. Historically, these neighborhoods have not had the benefit of robust credit and financial services, which hindered their growth and left them less economically connected than wealthier neighborhoods. This lack of connectivity can have a large impact on an individual's economic mobility. Before turning to the role of regulators, let me first speak a bit about the role of private institutions in supporting these communities. First, CDFIs and minority depository institutions, or MDIs, are critical because they deliver basic financial products to places and people often left behind by other financial institutions. Compared to other banks, MDIs originate a greater share of mortgages to minority borrowers and borrowers who live in low and middle income census tracts. And they played a critical role in dispersing the PPP funds you heard about earlier today. Recent legislation bolstered the CDFIs with funds from the Emergency Capital Investment Program, or ECIP. Hope Federal Credit Union estimates, for example, that ECIP funds it received will allow it to double its consumer, mortgage, small business, and consumer lending portfolios over the next 6 years. And Hope was able to mobilize $140 million of PPP funds to small businesses. Community banks and credit unions also have an important role to play. Through their lending to local communities and small businesses, they often know their customers personally and engage in community building activities, as you heard from Andy Anderson earlier today. Large banks also have a key part to play. For example, in 2022, many large financial institutions initiated or expanded special purpose credit programs of the kind that you heard about earlier this morning, many of which provide mortgage assistance to benefit Black and Hispanic communities. In addition to their own lending, these firms help MDIs and CDFIs through technical assistance and investment. They often share expertise in technology, business support, tax considerations, and bringing programs to scale. And is often the case, the impact can be greatest through collective efforts, as you're hearing on the panel just before lunch. In 2015, while I was at the University of Michigan, I helped a former student, James Walls, design a program to bring together a local CDFI, philanthropies, and several banks to launch the Entrepreneur of Color Fund in Detroit. The fund extends credit to small businesses in Detroit that otherwise might not qualify for bank lending at the rate of about $2 million a year. And that same approach is now being used by 8 additional cities and involves more than 20 local CDFI partners. Closer to home, Hope, together with a large bank and a set of HBCUs, has partnered to form the Deep South Economic Mobility Collaborative. This program provides capital, educational resources, and business support services to small businesses and entrepreneurs in the Deep South, especially those from underserved and under-resourced communities. Turning to the role of regulators, we should do what we can to encourage the private sector efforts I mentioned above. For instance, the Fed's Partnership for Progress helps MDIs navigate their unique business challenges, provides MDIs with resources of technical assistance, and conducts research on the unique challenges faced by LMI communities. We conduct and promote research on CDFIs engaged in thought leadership to explore ways to bring additional capital and liquidity to the CDFI sector. In addition, regulators should also ensure that our regulations provide appropriate incentives for banks to invest in LMI communities and lend to LMI households. The Community Reinvestment Act, or CRA, helps to address redlining and other systemic inequities in access to credit, investment, and banking services faced by LMI communities. The last major revision to CRA's regulations were made in 1995, and it's high time that we strengthen and modernize the regulations to reflect the many changes in banking since then. In 2022, the Federal Reserve Board, the FDIC, and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency requested comments from the public on a proposal to do just that. Importantly, the proposal would encourage banks to expand access to LMI communities in ways that would expand home mortgage lending, small business lending, and other credit, to make community development investments, and to engage in lending and banking services. The proposal would adopt the regulations to address changes in the banking sector, including internet and mobile banking, and update the approach to assessment areas. It will also provide more clarity, consistency, and transparency for CRA evaluations and eligible activities. I support the overall objectives of the proposal, and I'm pleased that all 3 agencies are working together to have unified regulations. The agencies are benefiting from the thoughtful comment letters we received on the proposal, and all 3 agencies are hard at work finalizing the rule. Another area where Congress directed the board to consider the convenience and needs of communities is through our review of bank mergers. As I've said before, mergers are a feature of vibrant industries, but the advantages that firms seek to gain through mergers must be weighed against the risks posed and the costs and benefits to the community. There's likely important work we can do to improve our assessment of the convenience and needs factor for bank mergers. We also have an important role to play to ensure that our safety and soundness regulations do not needlessly impede financial inclusion. For example, banks can make investments that support LMI communities called public welfare investments, subject to certain caps. We plan to change our approach to computing the public welfare investment cap for state member banks using New Markets tax credits and similar credits, which would allow state member banks to make additional investments in low and moderate income communities. And as ESIP funds are made available, regulators have an important role to play in ensuring that our examiners are informed and knowledgeable about the work being conducted under these new programs. Last, let me turn to the need to develop products that are responsive to customer needs. As many have said, it's expensive to be poor. And many poor people lack any financial slack, such as savings, to tide them through an emergency. No slack often means that a small problem can snowball into larger ones. As a result, low and moderate income consumers often use alternative financial services, such as payday loans, which can help fill needs, but are often high cost and can lead to debt traps. There's an opportunity for traditional banks and mission-driven organizations to fill this gap, but to be effective, they need to understand consumer preferences and behavior to provide products and services that meet these needs in a safer and fairer way. Starting with customer preference, we know that speed can be key. Income disruption and unexpected expenses are more common in low-income households, and quick access to a loan can make all the difference. With proper safeguards, unsecured small dollar credit to consumers with less than prime credit scores can be very important in helping people to meet this need. We have seen banks begin offering small dollar loans to some existing customers by factoring account data into the provision of credit. Now there's a growing number of additional banks in this space. These products are typically available through the bank's online interface, which streamlines the process and speeds up decisions. Although some of these may be considered high-cost products, they're still less costly than payday loans or the cost of what many banks charge for overdraft protection. As an operator and regulator of payment system, the Federal Reserve also has a role in faster payments. We're working to launch FedNow, which once widely adopted, will better enable banks to offer customers the ability to send and receive money immediately at low cost. We can also make a difference by updating our rules on check clearance so that consumers and small businesses still receiving checks have access to their funds in a timelier manner. And of course, we need strong consumer protections in place so that consumers don't have to worry about making payments in a safe way. The Bank On initiative has been hugely successful in both identifying bank account features that meet customer preferences and getting these accounts into the hands of consumers. Strongly recommended features including low minimum balances, no overdraft fees, robust transaction options, and online bill pay. More than 46,000 banks and credit union branches across the country currently offer Bank On certified accounts, and more than 5.8 million Bank On certified accounts were open and active in 2021. In addition to considering customer preferences, prudent design should help counter, not lean into, biases that can lead to poor decision-making. Being aware of these risks can help banks help customers better understand the risks and structure products that are designed to overcome and not exacerbate these problems. For instance, banks should ensure that their overdraft policies frame financial decisions in a transparent and fair way and avoid unexpected and hefty fees. Customers should be empowered with timely information on balances so that they can avoid inadvertent overdrafts. And best practice builds in a grace period for consumers to cure their overdrafts. Some banks have eliminated overdraft fees entirely. Regulators need to understand both human decision-making and also the market context in designing the right rules of the road. Regulators also need to engage with techniques such as cash flow underwriting and alternative data, new credit models, and other technologies that hold out the promise to increase access and reduce bias in credit intermediation. Diversity in the workforce for financial institutions also matters for financial inclusion. For instance, working with minority loan officers improves credit access for minority borrowers, which suggests that underrepresentation of minorities among loan officers adversely impacts minority access to credit. And we regulators need to focus on our own diversity as well. To conclude, I've focused today on using the tools we have to address discrimination in lending, supporting communities, and developing products and services to meet customer needs. As I said at the outset, these are complex problems with no easy solutions, but we have an obligation to do our part. One final important role we have to play is encouraging awareness of these issues, and conferences such as these have tremendous value in this regard. On that note, once again, I'd like to thank Hope and Jackson State University for hosting today's event, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that as we have a short conversation, I'd like to encourage you to send any questions, write questions on the cards on your desk, and they'll be collected, and we'll try to address as many as we can. Governor, thank you. You covered a lot of territory there that is certainly very important to Hope, many of the groups in this room that work to promote economic advocacy, economic justice. I'm curious, you spent the time this morning, and I saw you taking notes. I know that you were engaged in the conversations. Were there particular points that resonated that you think could inform the Fed's work and help us to, again, broaden economic opportunity.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, I really enjoyed the panels, all the panels this morning. I've often said to my team at the Fed, one of the amazing things about going into work every day in this job is I am absolutely guaranteed to learn something new every single day. And today was no exception. It's just a great gift. And I do take notes in my it's sort of a leftover from my professor days that I like to do that. I was struck by a few different things. One is the conversation about community infrastructure, particularly about water and wastewater, which I know is of enormous particular relevance in Jackson, given your experience here. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and up the road we have Flint, Michigan, where just had absolutely devastating consequences for the local community in terms of not having access to clean water. The thing that struck me that I didn't realize, and I should have known, but I didn't, is just how the limited infrastructure, particularly in small communities, rural communities, means that CDFIs have to step in and actually fund the water infrastructure. That, to the extent of that was very striking to me, and really kind of demonstrates the importance of that movement, but also the lack of basic infrastructure that, I take for granted in the community that I live in Ann Arbor. You can't take for granted at all in our country. So that was one, I think, important lesson. I really liked what Dr. Wiggins had to say this morning about the importance of coming into a community with humility. I think that's absolutely critical to really understand what's happening on the ground, to even know what questions to begin to ask, and to be able to be an effective partner. I think you really have to, anywhere you go, understand your own limited role in that space. I got a special kick out of getting to hear the wonderful Donna Gumbrell up here. Donna and I have been doing work together for many decades, or I liked the better way you said it. You said for a little while.
More than a little while.
More than a little while. Anyway, it was just a lovely conversation, and I look forward to continuing it this afternoon.
Thank you. I really do appreciate you underscoring the role that CDFIs, minority depositories, play in the financial sector. I think certainly more than when we were early in our careers, I think CDFIs are increasingly recognized as not as an interesting thing, but a critical part of the nation's financial infrastructure. And that is particularly important in places like the Black Belt and the Delta and communities of color, rural, high poverty places. We saw after the recession, we talked about the disparities in PPP, ARPA funds did not flow to small towns as readily as they did into black-led towns. Even Jackson, as easily as they did to more prosperous communities that had the social capital that Dr. Friedman talked about, and those communities that we work in don't. And so CDFIs play a vital role in connecting, in trying to bring those resources into under invested in communities. It's the default model in federal policy is to use banks, to use state government as the conduit to drive funds. And again, Mississippi is very different than Massachusetts in terms of the priorities. And so I'm curious if there are, other than obviously the influence, the incredible influence that the Federal Reserve System has, are there other policies, are there regulation even, that can help, or maybe not the Fed, but I guess you might be treading on fragile, on difficult ground to talk about what Congress should do. But again, if we know that, again, Kiad shared data about the difference between the level of SBA lending to entrepreneurs of color and their peers, then there has to be more intentional and focus on getting the resources in the hands of institutions that do lend to communities that have been historically underserved. And I just appreciate any thoughts you have on what the Federal Reserve can do, or what are some strategies to mitigate those realities.
Well, I think you're right, Bill, that, when you look at the evidence in the PPP program, and you and I were talking about this at the time in real time, right. The first round of PPP lending really was not reaching low-income communities and minority borrowers the way it should, and that had to do with the issues that your panelists were talking about earlier, which is, the relationships and the networks. And African-American businesses did not have the same extent of networks and connections to the banks, and didn't have the network to the services that were actually required to apply for a PPP loan, in terms of the accounting and other services that are required to document that you're eligible for a PPP loan, and then to maintain the records to get the forgiveness under the PPP loan, which is also critical. And in the second and third rounds of those programs, you can see empirically that those programs opened up more as other lenders, especially CDFIs and MDIs, were able to direct more of those loans to minority borrowers. And so I think there is a important track record there, and it does suggest that, as people are thinking about emergency programs in the future, that understanding that dynamic is really critical to the design of the program. One of the things that I think we can do, and I mentioned briefly in my remarks, is make sure that our examiners understand the CDFI space and the MDI space and the role that CDFIs and MDIs play, and the particular kinds of circumstances that MDIs and CDFIs face, such as being able to do small consumer loans and to do character lending and to lend to people without a credit score. Our examiners need to know and understand what the offsetting risk mitigation measures are that CDFIs and MDIs are using, including, knowing the family, and it makes a difference. So that's an example of an area. I think we can continue to provide and support to MDIs and CDFIs with conferences and technical assistance and the like, and work with our fellow regulators on those approaches.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you have done early in your career and continue to advocate for consumer protections. And Patrice and her colleagues at the Bureau do an amazing job, but we know that they can't be everywhere. And so I think it's a fact that while we need regulation to hold us all accountable for doing right and lending, and fair lending and consumer protections, things seem to gain a little bit more traction when people act in their own self-interest. And so what do you think are some of the more compelling economic arguments for financial inclusion?
Well, I alluded to this briefly in my remarks, but the basic, fact is, if you're a bank and you're in the business of making loans and investments for a return, you want to be able to reach everybody. You want to be able to make sure that you're reaching customers wherever they live, and whatever their background, whatever their race or ethnicity. And so, there's I think, an important self-interest in serving everybody. And by the way, if everybody is getting access to financial services in a way that makes sense, the whole economy grows. That's great for everybody. So you've not just done something that's good for the bank and good for your customer, you've grown your economy. And when the economy grows, then, wow, it turns out actually more businesses form. And I have more customers I can serve if I'm a bank. And so there's a virtuous cycle that can develop if that initial investment is made, that initial choice is made to make sure that everybody is brought along.
I have the privilege of serving with your colleagues out of the Atlanta Fed on the New Orleans Board of Directors, and I think that my addition to that board was an intentional part of the system's intentional effort to bring more consumer voice into the boardroom and to these decisions, that the important decisions that the Federal Reserve makes. Clearly, Hope is not a large traditional financial institution. We're not one of the large employers who are more typically the voices in those rooms. And so I give the Federal Reserve System a lot of credit for bringing those voices more into the room. What are some of share a bit about that thinking and what some of the efforts to increase consumer voice in monetary policy?
Well, let me just say, our job in monetary policy is a complicated one. It's hard to understand what's going on in the economy. And we have a really, I think, critical job, which is in the current environment, making sure that we're meeting both of our congressionally mandated goals, that we're trying to achieve price stability and trying to do that in a way that is consistent with full employment. And right now we have really quite high inflation. So our job is to bring inflation down to 2%, and we're working hard on doing that. In figuring out how to do that, we're trying to get data from as many kinds of sources as we can, because understanding what's happening in the economy today is complex. And our basic models and our basic data inputs are insufficient for really fully understanding what's happening in the economy. So one of the things that's really important to us is that we have voices at the table who come explain what's happening in their own local community. And that's particularly important in low and moderate income communities and in communities of color, where we often get even less information than for other communities. And so having the community voice at the table is just critical. Some of that happens through the regional Federal Reserve banks and their branches, as you were describing. Some of that is happening in the process at the Federal Open Markets Committee table itself, at the FOMC, where we can hear voices from community development organizations. So we have ways that we regularly bring those voices to the table. And then we've just started a process where we're piloting having some community development officers from 4 of the Federal Reserve banks join in the monetary policy conversation in advance of the FOMC meeting, so we can learn further from local communities about what's happening on the ground. And I think it's proved to be quite valuable to me. Again, the data and our basic models are actually not enough to understand what's really going on in a society and economy as complex and differentiated as the one we live in.
I have to give a great deal of credit to the Director Slack-Ton team in New Orleans and the researchers from the Atlanta, President Bostic's team in Atlanta, and how they lean in and listen so intently to the often different perspective that an organization like Hope brings into the room. Again, our members, our average deposit of our members is a fraction of what a traditional, even a small community bank's deposits is, because there's just fewer resources in those communities. But it's interesting, many of the experiences that our members run into are similar to my fellow banks and the larger employers, but they have less of a cushion. They have less of a safety net, and so the interest rate increases. When you have to make decisions about buying food or buying medicine, healthcare, those are real, and you have less resources to draw on. Those are very difficult, and so I do appreciate how the team at the banks, Federal Reserve, listens to that data, and I know it gets reported up, and I think that's critically important, because what is the economy if it's not consumers?
Right. That's most of the economy.
That's right.
And I think you're right, Bill. When in our conversation with people, and consistent with your own customers, what we're hearing from people is that inflation is really painful, particularly if you are a low and moderate income person and you're trying to make ends meet. We need to bring inflation back down to 2% for people to be able to not think about it again, and to go back to living their lives and feeding their kids and taking them to school and so on. So that's why that mission is really front and center right now.
I think it's really appropriate that as a law school and policy school, law professor and policy school dean, for you to be here on the campus of Jackson State. I know we'll be going over to Tougaloo College tomorrow, and many of the students that are here to talk about the potential careers in the financial sector, in the policy-making side of the financial sector, and I appreciate your engaging the students. And President Bostic is going to be spending some time with them, as well as your colleagues from the Federal Reserve System. I think that's incredibly important. You mentioned the importance of increased diversity in the Fed. What are some things that you think, other than being here with us and at the career fair, are opportunities to increase diversity in the Federal Reserve System?
Well, first, let me say it's also, as I said at the outset, it's wonderful to be here at Jackson State and to be with so many students in the audience. One of the parts of my current job that is not as good as my old job is I don't get to spend as much time with students. I used to love, as a professor and as a dean, to be able to engage with students, and so to have that opportunity here and then tomorrow at Tougaloo is really wonderful. And I'm grateful President Bostic is joining for that conversation with the students. We actually started out together a couple days ago, 25-ish years ago, as young people, and myself at the Treasury and President Bostic at the Fed, when we were not that far out of school. And being able to have that experience and to get a taste for what it's like to serve the public, to serve in the federal government, and to be able to see how finance can help people in their daily lives. Early in my career, that was a very inspiring kind of experience. So, I'd say, one thing in addition to the kind of outreach we're doing here is that if students can have that opportunity for that internship in college, that gives you kind of a taste of what a career in finance, a career in helping people might be like. And if you can marry those two things as Bill Bynum has done for his whole career, like what an amazing gift to be able to do that work. So having a taste of it early on, getting that opportunity to have an internship. I always tell students, find that thing that you love, find the passionate thing you love, and if it turns out to be at this intersection, that would be of great delight to me. But if it's not, you'll find a different path that's great for you. But if it's here in this space, I think that's an amazing thing you can take advantage of. You heard a lot about networks and social capital. That's important for this early stage of your career path. And so making sure you reach out to the Federal Reserve staff who are here, to the staff of the CDFIs and banks who are in the room, to folks at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, use this opportunity you have sitting in this room to connect with people and build that social capital, build those networks that will help you understand what it is you want to do and get a job in the future, I think is really quite critical. I think we can do more and to expand diversity at the Federal Reserve and in the Federal Reserve System. And these are just some of the ways that we might be able to be helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate you making that a priority. I'd ask, are there any of the students that have a question that they would like to put to Governor Barr? I don't think you all are shy. I appreciate you being here, but if there is a question that you'd like to put forward, please do. Yes, please.
Crystal Ammons, Southern University Law Center. I have a question as a governor, and you spoke about equity in the financial sector. And so we've been inundated with facts and figures, which I think is wonderful, right? Because it's the foundation of change, is realizing that we need change. What are you doing with other governors of other states to further the conversation, to foster those types of conversation and to foster that sort of change, and to bridge the gap, as it were?
Yeah, I would say, the topic of equity and of financial inclusion is very much a part of our conversations on the Federal Reserve Board among the governors. And many of us go around the country to talk about these issues. I know, for example, Governor Brainerd was in California just last week talking about financial inclusion issues. And it's also a topic of conversation around, we have this very complicated governance structure, but around the Federal Open Markets Committee table, which are the governors plus the presidents of the regional Federal Reserve banks. And the other kinds of things we do is build that conversation into the core of our economic research. So, for example, the economic staff, the research staff at the Fed now provide us with data that explains the past effects of policy on racial composition of unemployment and makes projections about future unemployment by race and educational attainment, so that we can understand what the context for decision making. So the kinds of things that I think make it real and concrete within our own deliberations. And then the other kind of thing we can do is, when I come here to give a speech about financial inclusion, it turns out there are other people who want to read that speech. And so I feel like it's incumbent on me to make sure that as I'm making remarks around the country, that issues of racial equity and financial inclusion are an important part of what I talk about. It's a way of calling attention to it, a way of getting other people to focus on it and think about it.
Yes, there's one here.
Hi, my name is Naya Anderson. I go to Mississippi Valley State University, and my question kind of touches on actually majority of the topics spoken on today. And so I'll read it. With factors such as housing, income, and connectedness, how do you highlight that advocating and working towards these will drive change to individuals? I mean, as a child from a single mother, a teenage single mother, people born in low-income communities also don't have the privilege to see outside of the issues they face. So how do you say something like that to them? We're here and we can speak about this. I feel like I'm here because I'm in college, but there's a lot of people who didn't get to college. So how do you convey this to them, like, this will help us?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's super challenging, and you heard some conversation about it quite a bit actually earlier this morning. How do you make sure we're not in a moment, we're in a movement? How do you create networks that empower yourself? I think it's super challenging to do, but I do think it starts by being in spaces like this. I mean, you figured out what you needed to do to get into college, and you got yourself into this room. So my guess is you're going to figure out how to take yourself out of this room and do something big with it, and that's I think what matters.
And I'm also sure that you will take this information back to your community. It's so great to have some folks here from Itta Bena and from these HBCUs because you are in communities that disproportionately are underinvested, and you're and all of us. I know I am one. I have family and friends who live in communities that are bank deserts, that are opportunity deserts, and so I think it's incumbent on all of us who are in these rooms and who have benefited from some of the connectedness that Dr. Freeman mentioned this morning to not hoard that. We've got to share it. We've got to reinvest in those places that helped us get where we are. I think that's critically important. I also think one of the things, and you didn't mention this, but that helps to translate these conversations to the real world is getting out of the boardroom, getting out of the ivory towers, and getting on the ground. Kia shared that we have branches, offices across the Deep South. 75% of them are in high poverty communities, and the people in those branches are people who lived in those communities and who have family that needs the work, the resources that Hope brings, and so that helps us. I know also that, again, Governor, you didn't mention this, but you will be going back to Clarksdale.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that. I know Governor Brainerd has been to the Delta. Many of your colleagues from the St. Louis and Atlanta offices have been on the ground in these communities. And, as much as we try and as amazing speakers as we had here today, we can't tell the story as effectively as people in these communities can tell them themselves. So being proximate, as Brian Stevenson says, is necessary to understanding and to really pushing change forward. So thank you for taking the time, not just to be here, to go to Tougaloo and go up into the Delta.
Well, I'm really looking forward to it. I'll have 3 days here in Mississippi today and tomorrow in Jackson, seeing some of the sites that Hope Credit Union has funded over the years, and spending some time at Tougaloo, and then going up to Moorhead and Clarksdale. And I really look forward to being back in Clarksdale after all these years. I haven't been back in a very long time. And it does, these kinds of opportunities to get out of Washington are very grounding. They're really important, I think, for policymakers to be in communities, to see communities, to talk to people, to get a wide variety of perspectives on the ground. And, as I was saying before, like the just great gift of this job is the ability to just learn every day. And one of the most amazing ways to learn is to be out in the community. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you. I'm curious. Governor Bahawal went to Valley. It was in Itta Bena a few years ago, and one of the things
still talks about that.
One of the things that he said is that it was so important to him to engage with the students and to learn. And one of the things that he shared is that, and again, monetary policy doesn't work as well when you have so many people on the outside of the financial system. And so financial inclusion is critical. And so I want to thank you again for being here and for the work you're doing to help foster financial inclusion. We are, I think we're near the top of the hour, so we'll break. And as Ed mentioned earlier, we do have Jackson State's made space available for us to do a little bit of networking. I know there's another session for a few invited guests, a small roundtable. But I want to thank you all again for being here and sharing this day with us. But it's only going to be valuable if we take these conversations and build on them, if we do something and help someone climb the economic ladder. And so thank you for being here. I'm confident that we have the right people in this room. We have people in positions that care about these issues. And again, I'm inspired and confident that we will realize this potential. And it won't just be a moment. It will be a movement. So Governor Barr, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement. If you are one of our speakers or panelists today, if you could join us to the side of the stage where the podium is, we're going to take a few quick pictures. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very kind opening remarks.
Yeah, I want to be careful being, you don't know where you step in the wrong places when you're dealing with the Fed, but I figure I generally ask forgiveness.
I appreciate it. No, very much.
How's your family?
They're doing well. The kids are all big now. I mean, Tom and Denise are out of the house and living in New York.
Wow, man, when did that happen?
Yeah, exactly. And then our little baby is now a sophomore in college.
Okay, all right, that happened. I thought I thought she was at home. Where is she?
Our youngest is at Yale.
All right. The legacy.
Doing all right?
I am, my daughter.